Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, March the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Oh, did I put AZXM? Sorry, it should be AXZM. It should be AXSM. Sorry. A couple of yeses. Let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Green Trades. So, guys, person who posted that they had the trigger for the trade of the week, which is First Solar FSLR. Did you actually get an email, or did you see the TikTok video or some video that Steve did? I haven't got the email, and some others at Trade Ideas are saying the same thing. So, I don't know. William said the same thing, so I don't know what's going on with their email delivery. You got it on YouTube. Thanks, Timothy. So nobody's got the email. All right. Okay. All right, what's happening today? Well, energy prices down. Shanghai closing down, putting another pause in supply chain, and maybe who knows what's going to happen with all that. So, but Shanghai, you're probably reading the news, shutting down. So that has put a damper on energy prices. And when I look at the sector status, I'm sure that most of the energy stocks are going to be down. And Zach mentioned Clover, and just in general, MJ, the cannabis plays, as we speak anyway, they are weakening after the huge day they had on Friday. Clover being one of them, CLVR, down 20%. But, you also have to look at it this way. It had a huge run right at the end of the day. Okay, a huge run. Up to $4. Up to this point, it was sitting here, which was still around nice at 260 to 270 area. It's that huge run. So, look, when you look at this and it's down 20%, I mean, it's a big deal. Don't get me wrong. But remember, this was in the last little bit that it had the big pop. Anyway, we'll have to see what happens with the cannabis plays. I see the market is starting to drift down now too. So we're in for looks like a negative open. So what else is happening? KXIN, China stock, China EV play, KXIN, excuse me. They said they had a 20,000 auto order, electric vehicle order, 20,000 electric vehicles. Rallies on intention order for 20,000 electric vehicles. So KXIN, not a low float either. DATS, D-A-T-S. So why not? So what you do, if you're a company, you just say put Meta and NFT in your press release, and let's get a little pump in the stock. So look at that, 6 million shares, 13 million in the float, up 25%, and that is DATS to launch metaverse advertising, NFT monetization, etc. So I'm sorry, did I put AZXM? So it should be AXSM. AXSM gapped up on, let's see, they bought a sleep disorder drug from Jazz. So that's the reason why this one is up, AXSM, and it's through the 200-day moving average, yes, 37.90, so it's just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Boy, at one point it was up at $45. Beyond Meat, this company cannot catch a break here. Analysts pile in. Piper Sandler saying this could be 40% lower than it is now. So that is PYND, Beyond Meat. Another little China stock, WIMI, is gapping up on FCC approval, okay? FCC approval. And Sono, now the gap has already happened, but Sono is gapped up on the fact that they're going to be added to the S&P 600, small cap S&P 600. But so it's already had the nice gap up, but sometimes, these things can persist. So we'll just have to wait and see how Sono opens. Or it may slide, so it's going to should give us an opportunity on either side. I doubt it's not going to stay here all day, so let's keep an eye on Sono, S-O-N-O. Now, for some reason, DLNG is up. DLNG, it's an energy play. It's a gas play, DLNG. And I'm just trying to see any specific reason. I don't see any specific reason for it. Bitcoin's up, by the way, too. So we've got MJ and oil are down. Bitcoin is up, BITO. Just going to look at the ETF for Bitcoin. BITO is up. So most of the Bitcoin stocks, your Maras, your Riots, etc. And HYMC has a nice big gap up here. After completing a $138 million equity offering. Of course, this is I don't know what to call it anymore, a meme stock. AMC, of course, took a stake in it, and also Sprott. Sprott took a stake in it. So this is HYMC. And TCBP, this is up on an analyst upgrade to $5, and the analyst is, now I haven't heard these guys for years. EF Hutton, are you guys still around? Remember those old commercials? But anyway, EF Hutton, an analyst at EF Hutton initiated coverage on the stock with a buy rating and a $5 price target, and that is for TCBP. Yeah, those were the alternate mentions, right? I actually knew it was First Solar. I just didn't have the trigger. I knew Steve had done some TikTok videos or YouTube videos on the weekend. I know he had done them, but it's just crazy we're not getting the emails. I mean, that's ridiculous. I guess and somebody said this is maybe the third day in a row. No, and it's 8050, not 8005. It's 8050, 50. Let me just, okay, it's not 8005, it's 8050. Let me just redo that, or can I get rid of that? Yes. All right, guys. Yeah, CELZ, guys, from last week. CELZ, I had a price alert put on that, and it must be pumping it. Wow, look at it go here. Look at this go. It's above the high of Thursday now. Sorry, Wednesday. It's above Wednesday's high. CELZ. No, Sunnysea was the drug real. The drug was owned by Jazz. Jazz, as far as I can remember. It's a sleep drug. Jazz owned it. So they bought it from Jazz. Give me a moment. I forgot to mention SBSW, guys. SBSW is a banyi. So probably a lot of the precious metals are moving down also. But SBSW is a pretty big gap down. OSB, okay. Oh, I didn't see OBSV. Let me just take a look at it. OBSV. Thank you, Zach. Yeah, I don't see anybody in YouTube responding, so I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Okay, good, good. Thank you. Just usually you guys do that, when I start talking, so you can hear me. Okay, good. Whew, okay, guys, what time is it? 9:13. Well, let's quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Before I do that, though, I want to just type in OBSV and see what's happening with it. OBSV. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't. Oh, it's at the top of my list now. It is at the top of my list. OBSV. Okay. Okay, give me one moment again. All right, let me just check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Polyjump, it's a buyout. Okay, I didn't mention it, but it's a buyout. Okay. Or who bought them out, but HP is buying them up. Plantronics for $3.3 billion, okay? So that's the reason why Poly's up. You should just check the news. I'm sure it must be all over the place. Yeah, HP is scooping up Plantronics for, well, now that one says 1.7 billion. My IB headline says 3.3 billion. Regardless, it's a buyout. Well, it's a bit of a change, guys. We've got some upgrades, but we have a few more downgrades. So let's get some of them in here. I can't remember if I mentioned STAA. STAA gapped up on FDA approval. All right, there are some of the upgrades, and we have a few more downgrades. What I'm really looking for right now are there multiple downgrades. In other words, one stock being downgraded or upgraded by various firms. I don't see that right now. As I say, we got way more downgrades than we have upgrades today. I'm sorry, way more downgrades than we have upgrades today. Or did I say that? All right, there you have it. There's the upgrades and the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. How to answer that question? I'm interactive brokers. What laptop or desktop configuration do you recommend to use? I don't think anything special. Div, I don't think anything special. I think most, at least 8 gigs of RAM probably, but I don't think there's anything special. All right, 917. Let's take a look at these sectors. My guess, I'm going to put the obvious on here. My guess is that 100% of the energy stocks are down, or very close to it. And the answer is yes. All right, so if you're new to this, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, here's XLE, the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make it up, okay? What you're seeing here, that 100%, what that means is 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. That's what that means, okay? So just a quick look, there's really no strong sector this morning, okay? No real strong sector. In other words, nothing at 80 or 90%. So, but mainly, obviously keep an eye on energy. If you want to take an energy play today, if this trend continues, you better make sure that it's got some great news on its own, either earnings or some news on its own. Otherwise, you are going against the flow. You're right. Jet should be moving higher with energy prices falling a bit. Just a little bit, nothing dramatic. Let's just take a look at the price of oil. I never used to do this, but of course the last couple of weeks I've been doing this. Okay, so this is what we see. So WTI down almost $7 and Brent down $7. So 107, 113. So I don't know if you're asking me or responding to Green. I've got 3, but granted, I've got a gaming computer, okay, because I'm doing a lot more than just looking at, of course, IB and trade ideas. I've got other stuff going on, but I've got 3 monitors. But I just don't think it's as long as you don't get something from, you're still using Windows 95 or something. But seriously, I don't think you really have to worry too much. I am the anti-gamer, but the gaming computers, of course, have got robust graphic cards and all that, and so. But I've got about 4 different programs running at the same time all day long, so. Yeah, this is Beyond Meat. Did they actually put a? Yeah, so this is Piper Sandler, 40% downside. Price target of $29. Wow. $29. I remember when this came out as an IPO, and it was supposed to come out in that 20, maybe 5 range, and it opened at around 45. And I was really ticked off that I missed it, and then of course it went all the way up to 240. I did not chase it, so now it's coming down to that IPO price or below the IPO price. Amazing. Yeah, so Vinky, this is the wrong room for that. We don't talk about, here's one you're going to enter today. We have to wait for the market to open. We've talked about the ones that have been moving in the pre-market. Now we have to wait for the market to open and see what sort of trends some of those get. Some, of course, some that we didn't even talk about in the pre-market. They may enter the fray later. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Yeah, Tilray, you mean TLRY, right? Yeah, it wasn't really an IPO. I mean, it was an uplisting to Nasdaq. It was already trading in Canada, but yeah, I mean, in terms of the pop, but it wasn't typically it wasn't a typical IPO. Yes, you can definitely. We're going to be throwing around ideas today for sure. Are you new to trade ideas? Are you new to trading? Do you have trade ideas? The actual program itself? And I'm talking to you, Vinky. New to trade ideas, okay. If you're new to trade ideas, I don't know how new, but what time is it right now? 9:24. So I can quickly just put in my home page. I don't know if you've taken a look at this yet. So if you click on my homepage link, right there, and if you go to the education section right here, click here. I'm sorry, right up here. I forgot this is we took it out. So getting started with trade ideas. Okay, do yourself a favor if you haven't done this already. The 30 minutes. It's going to take you 30 minutes to go through this. I know you're probably keen and eager. You just want to jump right in without without knowing the program that well. Though I shouldn't talk for you. I mean, maybe you've already done this, but for anybody just starting out with trade ideas, let's get started. Okay, download an installation, etc. And I'm also in my home page. When you click on it, I'm sharing a lot of scans right here. All the scans that I am sharing. Okay, so you don't have to, if you don't want to, you don't have to create anything from scratch. You can take a look at the scans I've got. And of course in the toolbar, just give me a moment here. In the toolbar, from new, click on new, and then dock channel window, and here are all the themed channels that we've got. All right, so we've created a lot of scans. Yeah, somebody said the email just came in. Well, better late than never, I guess. See, did I get it? Yes, I did. I just got it now. 9:19. It hit Eastern time. I don't know what the best one is, but center point. I mean, Zach, I know uses in our room uses center point. I think it's a little more pricey, and I think you might have to. I don't know what their minimum account balance is anymore. I know it used to be $50,000. So, but you know, for a general all-purpose broker, I mean, I've been using Interactive Brokers for years. Yes, there are some times, of course, when we don't have shorts, and Zach does. But you know, I find that IB typically, if you did a poll, probably typically among call it mainstream brokers, has got you know, a decent inventory of shorts. You know, I don't. You can pick and choose what you want, Zamo. Okay, I don't share. You can pick and choose what you want. I may have a link to this, but I can't remember if I created one a long time ago. But the reason why I get you to go to my homepage and you'll see the scans. Not everybody wants every scan, so the whole idea is just kind of pick and choose what you might want to look at. All right, guys. Sono, little pop here now. This is again being added to the S&P Small Cap 600. So Sono, a little pop. This obviously got the news came out Friday afternoon. You can see the move Friday afternoon. Got all the way up to 29.50 or so. And aha, XXII. Now this is something to do with smokeless tobacco, isn't it? So this might help the fact that Walmart's is pulling cigarettes. Give me a moment, please. All right, let me just get some rearranging of my other monitors. 1 minute to the open. Yes, less than a minute. All right, everybody, let's have a great start to this trading week. To say, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. So look at that, XXII straight up, straight down. So and we're going to be open in about 5, 4, 3, 2, boom. We are now open. Now let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, Sono's having a nice little bounce here, guys. Again, added to the S&P 600, small cap 600. So the Sono is having a nice little run off that base of 28.99. And some of the crypto stocks, Riot, Mara, moving higher, again with Bitcoin moving higher. Okay, guys, you see CLZ is holding. It did get knocked down to 388, but it has come right back up. Let's see if there's any specific news. I don't see any specific news today on it. Had news on Wednesday. All right, KXIN is just kind of holding strongly here. It's not a low float, 117 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. With the 20,000 EV order or intention, I don't know if we call it an order yet, but and those of you who follow GME, again, nothing's going to surprise me. I'm not saying this is hitting 200, but nothing will surprise me here. So it is still strong. AMC. And of course, energy stocks are getting beaten up here. APA. Look at all these cannabis plays. There's not one that I can see that is above Friday's high. And there's Bitcoin, BITF, guys. Wow, they're big, nice little move for Bitcoin. Excuse me, the ETF for Bitcoin, BITF. Again, Apache, APA moving down. Energy play, of course. How's Oxy doing? That's usually a pretty active trader when these sort of things happen. I'm sure they're all down. Yeah, Oxy's down. Of course, you're probably hard pressed to find any energy play that's up. Web guys, K-Web, China, interesting, with Shanghai shutting down, but K-Web, nice big move here for K-Web. China, Shanghai shutting, I didn't say China shutting down, but Shanghai. Okay, so there's the DATS, guys, D-A-T-S. So they stuck Meta and they stuck NFT in their press release this morning, and that has caused the jump. However, take a look left on the daily chart. In my opinion, you've got a lot of resistance right around that 250 mark. It's a great gap, but a lot of resistance around that 250 mark. And easy come, easy go. Look at the CELZ up to 446, right back down to 390. Well, let's see if DATS, I mean, look, if DATS can take out this 250, 260 mark, then it's got lots of, still has probably plenty of room. The high last month, well, let me make sure of that. Yeah, so the high last month for DATS was 259. And then before that, it was 414. Now look at VTN. Wow, interesting. I mean, this is an energy play, petroleum refineries. This is moving higher. VTNR. Let me just take a look at XLE, see what it is doing. So this is the major ETF for the energy sector. So big bottoming tail there. But VNTR as an energy play, but it is specifically, maybe it's not. Okay, so this is not a, let me see what they do actually. Chemical products. Okay, so this is, okay, this is not really an energy play. Sorry. No, but it's VTNR. Yeah, Vertex Energy. So let's see what they actually do. Recycle of industrial waste streams. So it's, I don't know, maybe it's not strictly, shouldn't be in lumped in with all the other ones. All right, guys, I'm experimenting with a little software program. You can tell me if you think any sort of background noise has been muted at all. There's not much right now, but let me know down the road. FCX, so wow, look at FCX. My guess is that X is moving down also. Yeah, look at X, FCX. What, clearer now? Like more clear than about, a minute ago? Really? Interesting. Yeah, so maybe this software works. It did, really interesting. Okay. And then we have one person saying it sounds a little tinny. Well, the telling one will be if you can hear my dog when she comes running out at me. Okay, just kind of look at DWAC taking a bit of a hit here, guys. DWAC taking a hit. All right, HYMC kind of holding its gains. The pre-market high was 186. It's not a low float, 83 million in the float. But when you look left, man, this has got room, 273. It's got about $1 until you see the next high. Okay, guys, the energy plays continue to move down. Looking at Murphy Oil, MUR. Again, it's still early. Okay, guys, guess what happened? Incredible, I didn't even look. FSLR, the trade of the week, triggered. $80. 80.50 was the trigger. So if you took it and you had all sorts of time to get into it, if you wanted to, at 80.50 or thereabouts, and don't worry if you couldn't get it right at 80.50, but there's a $3 pop. Another nice winner from Steve, who creates the trades of the week every week. And this is not, no, it's not an all-time high, but let's take a look on the monthly level. 91.36 is the next high looking left on the monthly. Well, DATS is getting close. I mean, that 250, 260 level. Low float, 13.8 million in the float. All right, here's another one, guys. The Butterfly Network. The Butterfly Network. What's the volume like? It's not great yet, but it could pick up. But the Butterfly Network, BFLY. All right, guys. I get it. Just a little experimentation on my part. I'm not going to dwell on this all day, but I've just removed. So tell me if my voice sounds any different now. Now that I just removed that noise canceling. Just give me an idea if I should stick with this or not. It was better before. Back to norm. Okay. Well, now it sounds great, so maybe there's really no difference. Okay, back to noise canceling. There should be no echo at all, regardless of whether I have the noise canceling on or not, okay? Are you sure you don't have, you're not listening to me on YouTube also, are you? There should be no echo. QS, guys, QuantumScape. QS is on the move here. I want to see if I see any news on it. Ah, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, I got all excited here. These are the downgrades, okay? They're not the upgrades. Upgrades are on top, downgrades are on the bottom. Sorry about that. Look at QuantumScape, guys. QS. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news on it. All right, we're 9:45, so we are now 15 minutes in. Interesting to it. Just trying to see if there's any news, specific news for this QS. Well, again, as somewhat predicted, that was the area that it might struggle to get through, DATS. So what did it get up to? It literally got up to 254. So I was talking about that 250 to 260 level that it may get stuck at. So far, anyway. So far. And that's where it stopped. Look at GME over 160 now. All right, let's take a look at the market. So there's a little disconnect right now, guys. So the Dow is down, but NAS is up and SPY is up. So we've got a little bit of a disconnect between the so-called growth and value stocks. So the growth stocks, of course, are NAS. Value stocks are the Dow. So a little disconnect going on right now. All right, give me one moment. And I think we have a halt, guys. We have our first halt of the week. Now, I don't know what reason 26 is, so this is not a volatility halt. Okay, this is not a volatility halt. But LCFI has been halted. Looks like this is kind of one of these strange. Let me see if there's any news on this one. Is this an uplisting or? Okay, interesting, because it doesn't say volatility. It says for here it says number 26. Maybe that is the reason, volatility. But as you know, normally it just says volatility halt. I mean, it looks like it is. It's based on the action. All right, I am keeping it. Well, there's a 200-day moving average. It's far enough away. I'm just looking at SBSW as a potential short. All right, let's see about this SBSW. Let's see how well it holds underneath 16 and then maybe starts drifting down to that 200-day moving average, which is far enough away. All right, so DNA actually had earnings. Is that right? Oh no, they have earnings after hours today. So DNA actually has earnings after hours today. I believe this is one of the, well, I hate to say it, but a disaster Kathy Wood selection. And I mean, this has just fallen off from 15 down to 378. I think that she was in, like, she has lots of shares of this unless she's gotten rid of them all. Well, so much for that downgrade for Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat is saying, heck with you, Piper Sandler. Look at this. It's actually gone positive. So if you're a conspiracy theorist, you're thinking, well, Piper Sandler downgraded it so that they get some cheap shares. I mean, that's a big pop. That's a $4 pop after a downgrade from Piper Sandler down to $29. All right, SBSW holding underneath 16 so far. All right, so Hycroft HYMC shares are trading higher following reports regarding potential future investments from why not AMC. definitely one of the more crazy things we've seen in the last little while. Theater chain investing in a mining play, but so SBSW is still kind of holding underneath that 16. I am shorted, but very, very tight stop. If it goes over 16 again, I'm gone. So LCFY opened. So I'm 1598 is my short on this, but if it gets over 16, I'm gone. It's as for the SBSW. Again, this is not a recommendation to do the same thing I'm doing. Okay. This is just coming from my watch list here. All right, well, good. Wow, QS straight up. I think I mentioned it about $1 ago, maybe. QS on that first 15 minute, it was just romping here. The next high looking left on the daily chart, I think it's above it. If I look back far enough, so I think it's above that. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. The weekly chart is 2029. Well, I mean, that's on a mission, guys. Again, the next high looking left, last month was 259, so it's above that. And then 2 months ago, it was 414. Of course, this one really moved when DWAC started moving. All these social media stocks were moving with DWAC. But this appears to be obviously moving on its own as DWAC is faltering. So all right, here's the VIX. Don't normally see this. The VIX got halted. Really? The VIX got halted? VXX got halted? Not sure I've seen that before. Is that right? It's halted. VXX is halted. Wow. Okay. I don't recall it ever being halted before. Not in our Halt's resume scanner, but hey, I'm not saying it's never happened, but yeah, interesting. Really, I don't recall it being on our Halt's resume scanner. There. Look at GME, guys. Oh, man. Meme stock supreme. Look at I actually looked at the SPY too. The SPY is having a nice little pop here. All right, so here's one from Zach on his bottoming play, bounce plays. Well, that's, again, really, really moving here. 13.8 million in the float. I'm not in this one. I'm in boring Sabenyi. If it gets to the low 80s, I'll be happy. Yeah, this is what I mean. You guys were saying this was a volatility haul, and of course, I guess it was. I don't know why it says reason number 26. Normally, it's a volatility. It's just states it like that here, from our server anyway. But all right, let's take a look from my watch list. That's 255. The alert was at 954, 255. HYMC 182. It's just kind of hanging in that area. Yeah, so your Billy, yeah, I can see your Billy trade probably is working well because of, I'm looking at KWeb. KWeb on the way down. So your Billy trade obviously working well, PILI. Now, SPY, that's a big move for the SPY, guys. Pre-market highs were around 453, so we're almost there. I'm going to stick an alert here at the pre-market high, see if it takes that out and continues. So you can see how the Dow has come back. So the DISC stocks, DISK or DISCK or DISCA are moving down. All right, a little move for the SPSW. That it does, Zach. Okay, the VIX resumed. All right, guys, I've covered some of the SPSW. What did I get it at? 84, I guess? 84, 83 from 1598. Remember, I had a very, very tight stop on it, so the risk reward is pretty good. Just going to hold on a little bit. If it gets back up to where I shorted it, I'll just dump it. But give me a little bit to start the day, start the week. Well, DAT's now approaching 3. DAT's approaching 3. This is obviously the rocket ship of the day. 13.8 million in the float. QS, I guess, on the short, right, Real? QS on, well, it's a little late for me now. 32.70. All right, after a rocky, definitely been rocky this morning, CELZ is now right back up to the high of the day. The pre-market high was 444, very low float, 5.9 million in the float. I don't see any specific news on it today. I mean, it had the news last week about stem cell treatment, etc. This is what caused, I guess, the pop. This was on Wednesday. I don't see any specific news today, so it's just traders, trading it today, I guess. Take a look at VLTA. I don't see VLTA on any of my scans. I don't think anyway. VLTA. Goldman Sachs maintains neutral on Volta, lowers the price target to $6. Well, all right. Oh wow. Okay. I don't really recall seeing this in the pre-market. I wonder why. See, it didn't really move in the pre-market. Well, I shouldn't say that. Right around here it moved. But had I seen that, I would have loved to have seen that news, because the CEO resigning and stepping down from the board. And I don't know if that is something that was planned. Well, it says steps down as part of board transition, but I don't know if that was really planned, or that's just kind of something that's out of the blue. So this is an all-time low now for VLTA. Let's see. This will show up on my 10-day daily breakdown if the relative volume gets up to 8. That might be a little late though. Yeah, AMC, I do have it thumbnailed. I see AMC. How's one of the other ones doing? Bed Bath & Beyond. BBBY. No, so this memer is not doing anything. AMLX. That was pretty active last week, wasn't it? AMLX. Yes, so. And halted. Okay, halted. On the way up. Ooh, this is going to be a big open. This could be a big open, guys. Look at AMLX. So there's the halt at 25.68. Potential open, 27.48-ish. So almost $2. So that is this could be a big gap up once it resumes trading. This is not set in stone, of course, but this is Interactive Brokers, okay? If you're wondering, nothing to do with trade ideas in terms of that. Halts, well, this blue box here, this is Interactive Brokers. course, our halts resume shows it here. All right, Sabanya, giving me a little more than I thought. SBSW. I don't know what number 26 is, but in essence, it was a volatility halt. So, and it was a 5-minute halt. So, I'm not sure why they designated it as number 26. I don't think William is done for the week. I think, what did he read, or what did he say? I don't think he's done for the week. He's just got to take off for a bit. Hope he's not. Yeah, he's off to take personal business. He'll be on later on my laptop. That's all. All right, guys, you may want to start looking for some reversals on the cannabis plays. I'm just looking at MJ. Maybe. I mean, I'm so skeptical about these cannabis plays, but now, when is this? I don't know. Is it a vote or just a proposal in your Senate? When is it supposed to be? When do they talk about it? Is it tomorrow? Is it Tuesday or Wednesday? Wow, look at AMC. No kidding. I'm telling you. Oh, man, oh, man. Okay, what GME? 2813 is the next high looking left on that monthly chart. Straight up. So, I mean, is AMC going to start making investments, more investments? I mean, that's the rumors. That's what this says. The chairman is suggesting. We haven't stopped investing in meme stocks, even though you're one of the main memers. All right, so AMLX just, oh, wow, no kidding. That was a massive sell-off. Massive sell-off. Interesting, because when we looked at this, it looked like it was going to pop to, well, again, nothing is written in stone on these, but it was saying 27 something. Massive sell-off, though. Shoot, well, it is shortable for me, but not many shorts available at Interactive Brokers, about 28,000. Can't do anything about it now, but again, if you're wondering about this poly, it's a buyout, so don't get too excited about this. Though it is drifting down a little bit. POLY is a buyout. And it's a buyout by HP. How's HP doing? That can't be the, let me just make sure this, just a minute. Yeah, so this is Hewlett Packard. They say HP, but I'm sure it must be Hewlett Packard. All right, another one that, wow, we're getting some halts. Don't often get too many halts on the way down, but this is another one that just got halted on the way down. LMDX. You know what, guys? This has been a very nice little relaxing trade for me, this SBSW. It's always fun to get the rocket chips, but I'll take two or three of these a day. Well, I don't know, when you say they're dangerous, I mean, there's nothing you can do while it's halted. So it opened way below. So it's not like you could have bought it during the halt anticipating it was going to pop up. Oh, sorry, Zach. SBSW. Sibanye. SBSW. Got to work on my diction. I thought I was doing a good job. Well, it's from my watch list down. SBSW. Keep an eye on this one again, guys. ALLG. Let's see if it takes out 20. All right. This is, of course, very, very whippy. So if you're going to do... What? Is that right? This float increased or something? I thought this was a really low floater. 54 million, it says. All right, guys. Meanwhile, DAT's on the run still. So now, again, that next high looking DATS. D-A-T-S. DATS. That's DAT. The next high is 414. All right, guys, I'm all out of the SBSW, okay? It was good fun while it lasted. Basically, both at the 1583 mark. SBSW, so... All right, I'm going to watch this DATS. I'm going to watch to see if it has any sort of a pullback, maybe too close to the 3 level. It may not. Holding 3, and then I'm going to see if it does that, and then moves from there on volume. I might strike, but it may just start going without me here. I mean, it still has room. All right, this VTNR. It's hard for me to type this in at the same time, guys. That's the only thing. But I mean, I'll do the best I can. But VTNR doesn't mean any. I mean, I'm just typing it in. But VTNR, it's at the high right now, and it has. Let's see, what sort of room does it have? 1372 is the next high on the monthly chart. Probably that's the same on the weekly. Actually, 1066. Yeah, so 1066 is the next high in the weekly chart. So that still has room to run if it wants to. Of course, it's got to get through 10. On the daily, I'm sure that's probably going to be about the same. Yeah, you go back to... Yeah, so it has some room, but 10 may stall. That's a pretty big psychological number here. I will buy it at the dip. But I want to see if it holds, if it pulled back here to 3, and then all of a sudden it shot up on volume. That's all. But listen, I'm flexible. I mean, yeah, I'm not typically a dip player, but I am flexible. I knew somebody was going to say that. I was waiting, and may as well be you, Dak. Wow, 10:20 already. Okay, big, quick morning so far for me anyway. An AMLX resumed on the way down still. Wow. It looks like it's going to get halted again. What a massive short if you could have got it, in that 22 level, even at 21, but it got halted and then it opened way down below. All right, guys, so it is 10:20 or so. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And as always, I start off with my home page. Wait a minute, I think that link, there's the link underneath. Okay, so on my home page, this is what you're going to see. You click on my link. First, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha for 15% off, first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So you can apply that 15% discount to the premium. That'll take that down to $1,700. And the standard, it'll take it down to $850. Okay? The big difference is the AI, which again is very inactive. It was very inactive last week. It's quite inactive right now also. You don't have to take on an annual subscription. In fact, do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want this product. Okay? The reason I say that is that you have to look at the terms and conditions of an annual. You're not going to get a refund if you have I don't even know what it is, that over 5 days or something like that. But, you've got to make sure you want the annual. So start off with a monthly. It's that simple. Make sure you want the product. 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. But if you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 15%, okay? So there's no mad rush to take on an annual subscription. Make sure you want the product. Now, if you're just starting out with trade ideas, please do this. It says getting started with trade ideas. Let's get started. All right, and it covers all of the here we are. Episode 1 of 10, download and installation, first startup and login, etc. Okay, do yourself a favor. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through this. Now, 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. We made it got to figure out why these emails are coming later, but we did get it about 15 minutes before the market opened, and it was FSLR this week, and FSLR. The trigger was $80.50, and I think it did quite well. Don't know if it's pulled back at all, but stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern, free, and all the education is here. All right, so we have a great user guide. Before you look at that user guide, though, do the 30-minute intro. The user guide is excellent, though. You click on that. We have it segmented. Alert windows, top list windows. You want to learn more about stock racing right here, okay? And also, full table of contents. All searchable. Okay, give me one moment, please. My music just died. I don't know if that means my headset just died also. Just give me a moment. All right, we're back. So it's a great guide, okay? It's all searchable. Sort of going to gloss over the 20 introductory lessons. I think we're going to change this. I mean, to me, you should take that 30-minute video. But I mean, this does cover very quickly. This is not video. It's all text. What is a top list? Build a top list. So all the basic features are covered here. Basic, not in any sort of depth. Daily support sessions. So there is a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time as the main room. I take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over. And today is Monday, so today it'll be Sean. And before I do take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to listen to Sean between 12 and 1 o'clock. And of course, Chris Varley is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30, so you can go over to YouTube if you haven't had enough of listening to people talk about trading, etc., or trade ideas. You can head over there between 3:30 and 4:30. And the daily webinars, so there is one today. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He put this together, a great little series, okay? Short videos. If you're new to trading or you're looking for a refresher, it starts off with what is a stock? All free. Now, obviously, if you want my scans that I am sharing, you have to be a subscriber. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. Just a minute. Okay, so I just mentioned the scans that I am sharing. So if you do not want to build your own scans, especially if you're starting out, it can be a little daunting. But if you don't want to build your own scans, again, I'm sharing my scans, but also if you click on New from the toolbar and you click on Dock Channel Bar, you notice that we have a lot of scans here. These are all theme-based channels. Okay, so the momentum channel, as an example. So we've got here's a momentum scan. If you right-click, configure, just get used to this. Right-click, configure in an alert window or a top list window, and you'll see what it's looking for. So right-click, configure, and then click on summary. So in English language is telling you what it's looking for. So if you like this, if you thought, you know what, I don't mind this, and I don't have to change it. In other words, but you can, of course, you can take my scans. You don't like exactly the price range or something else. Of course, you can make a change. If you didn't like that price range of 1 in 50, you can make it 10 and 100. So as an example, excuse me, click on that summary and you see how it's changed. You can say, okay, so now it's changed. Now you could take this scan and you could save it to the cloud. Now just a word on this. If you say, we made a change here, but if I leave this channel and then come back to this channel, the change is not saved. The reason is that the channels are for everybody. All right, so the fact that you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. And there's the Sono long, right there. Look at it, right there, Sono. So again, you can save it to the cloud. So what I'm really trying to show you though, is that you can go to the different channels, start extracting scans that you think you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, thereby creating your own layout without actually knowing how to build any scan from scratch. Now, we think we've got a lot of different types of scans on all the different channels. Now, what I should have said before is, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. Okay, we are a scanner. So it doesn't matter where you live in the world or who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I just showed you that, we've got a lot of built-in scans. I'm sharing mine, and of course from the channels, a lot of built-in scans. But of course, if you do want to make your own scans, create your own scans, you can do so. Again, right-click, configure. If I click on search this time, you will see here are all of the alerts that we have. You see these icons? These are all the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down to get these icons, these are the filters that we have. So what we did as a company, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, you don't have to. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters, sort of an a la carte. You can pick and choose which ones you want, that for the absolute majority of our thousands of customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. But again, don't get too hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Obviously, we had to create a wide variety of them, all sorts of different trading styles out there, but you don't have to learn them all. Of course not. Yeah, this HMOIC, that could be a nice trigger there. Look at the volume that came in. Definitely look at the volume that came in on that 2-minute chart. And the volume is increasing on the 5. Now, I was going to go over the AI, but there's nothing happening. There's really nothing happening. Last week also, really nothing happening, but let me give me a moment here. I think there was only one alert. But if you have the AI, if you have our premium service, this is how I would watch it. I would click on New from the channel bar and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, this is the window that you would see. Okay, now what we're trying to do is just get people to focus on the profitable trades. Right now you can see there's only one trade that was alerted today, and you can see right now, I mean, it's slightly down below from the alert. And just focus on the profitable trades and try to trade around them all day. I mean, it's that simple. I know there are people, and I don't know if you're in the room, who would want to auto trade the AI. Do not agree with it. We don't recommend it. It's not something that you can just sort of set in the morning and then turn them all on, auto trade them. It doesn't work that way. All right. Lastly, this window that we call Brokerage Plus, this big blue window that we call Brokerage Plus. All right, so I put that link in, the Brokerage Plus link. If you click on the link, there are two videos. There's a short video that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade from within trade ideas if you want to. Okay? You notice here in the toolbar it says Brokerage Plus, and there are two options underneath. One's live and one's simulation. And again, if you using our web-based version, this is not available. It's only available on the app, okay? But if you don't have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. All right, just means you don't have access to this feature trading from within trade ideas. That's all it means. And IB, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade, the only two that it works with. Yeah, we're trying to add others, but when that happens, I have no idea. No idea. So please don't ask, okay? Simple to use. Now, how I like to demonstrate it, though, is using it as a simulator. You know, if you're new to trading, I'm going to emphasize this. I always emphasize this. Practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Practice, practice, practice. When I clicked on Sim, it then says select account, and then you just click on that, and then click on the simulated trading default, okay? And now you can practice trading. It's very simple. Click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at, and if you're going long, you buy it. If you're going to short it, you sell it. So cannot emphasize more. Please practice trading. All right, guys, can you hear my dog? I had that noise canceling on, and just of interest. Did it work at all? No, really? Wow, that works then. No little thumping of the hooves? Interesting. Okay. And then somebody in our YouTube room says yes. Well, you're in the minority. Well, it's interesting. Why can YouTubers hear it, but not you guys in the trading room? The main room. Anyway. French Bulldog? No, this is a miniature white poodle. Interesting. How can you guys hear it in YouTube and they're saying in the other room no? All right, so I took the noise canceling off. I'm just I'm just, again, experimenting with this. If it really makes a big difference. Well, that's why we wait. Seriously, guys. Now, what was I saying? Maybe a pullback here and maybe a pop off that 3. No go yet. No go now anyway. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert around, we're at the high here at 306 and see if it takes it out later. Oops. See if it takes it out later on. What happened there? Okay. Oh, that's an interesting, I don't know if it's I'll call it a bug. Okay, anyway, I'm sticking an alert at 306 for DATS, see if it takes it out later on some volume. So you can hear plates going off in the background. Okay, back to noise canceling. How did that AML? Wow, the AMLX did not have any bounce whatsoever. Continues to move down. Yeah, the apes are doing it with the HYMC. I mean, with the tie-in with AMC and with that chairman, the CEO of AMC, basically pumping the idea there is more to come. All right, here we go, okay? Well, meanwhile, this AMLX guys. So we're just resumed 5 minutes ago. Just getting, yeah, it's gonna halt again. I think. I'm just looking at IB. That little blue dot appears. If you have IB, you know what I'm talking about, right beside the bid price. That usually means it's going to be halted again. Not 100%, of course, but the reason is that I'm testing this noise canceling DAC. Okay, I'm just testing this noise canceling feature that I've got. So bear with me. It's a software program, so it's easy just to toggle it on and off. You know what? The test will be tomorrow during leaf blowing day outside my window. That'll be the true test. If you guys can't hear the leaf blowing, then I think I'll get the program. It's on now. Yeah, it is on now. Not on YouTube though. Interesting, Pepe. I wonder why. I wonder why that is. That's above, as they say, above my pay grade. How about my sound quality, though, Pepe? In terms of the actual how I'm. Never mind the noise canceling. Do I sound better or in YouTube? Okay. Well, okay. I mean, even if the noise canceling doesn't work as well, if I sound better, I guess I can always do that. And you can hear dishes in YouTube, but not. Interesting. Wonder why. All right, guys. HYMC. HYMC is through 2 now. So look at even GME. I mean, it got up to what, 167, and it came right back down to 160, right back up to 164. Always a wide, and that ATR is increasing, I believe. Yeah, look at that. Looked at it last week. I think it was around 10. Now it's 14. Average true range now is around 14. Amazing. Okay, I just want to put a stamp. So Dwayne, when you say you can, so the noise canceling isn't necessarily working, but do I sound different with the noise canceling on, even if you can hear background noise? That's what I'd like to know regarding YouTube. HYMC guys, over 2. And we have another, halt, or resume. Sorry, remember I said I thought AMLX was going to halt again, and it did, and now it's resumed. Man, this is just getting absolutely thumped. And confirmation of the FDA briefing, obviously not good. I know Zach posted that information, but when that first got halted, I mean the potential looked like is gonna pop $2. All right, this is on Zach's scanner on the bounce plays, potential bounce plays. RETA. Boy, this is getting thumped also. I mean, is there? I don't see any specific news on it. RETA. Yeah, I don't see any specific. There's got to be something out there, obviously, for this to be down 21%. I just don't see any news on it. Possibly, Mookie. It makes sense. Thank you, Dwayne. It makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know. What do they do? Okay, let's take a look. No, I can't decipher that compared to AMLX. Maybe it's the same type of drug. I don't know. I mean, this is an ALS drug. Oh, that's right. I remember this now. This is it's too bad. There you go. So Mookie is right. Confirmation. A couple of days ago, 91 price target. Well, of course, these things are not. Look at AMC. Wow. And GME. I mean, it has just come right back. Well, I guess if you want a cheaper version of both of those, in theory, HYMC. In theory. And of course, I've way less in the float. 83 million. GME. Well, actually, GME does, I think, was 60 odd million. Yeah, 62 million. So it's super low float for 166 million, $166 stock. And look at that. Through the 200 day or at the 200 day. Crazy. I guarantee that you would have been considered insane if you had said, you know what, I think that that's going to sometime take out that 200-day moving average. And this was on, what day was this? The 17th, March 17th. So on the 28th, yeah, I think it's going to come back to the 200-day moving average from 75 to 165. Anybody hearing my wife cough in the background? Why is that not working in YouTube? It's very strange to me. All right, guys, things have settled down a little. Whoops, I'm just getting a grunt. Oh, we're getting the first. Too bad. It's a little late, though. Actually, I didn't even see this. How crazy am I? AMLX, we had the alert at 14:45 on the 10-day daily breakdown. Let me just see. See. I'll have to experiment with it more, Dwayne. It's a program called, well, Pepe, this is your job. It's a program called CRISP, KRISP.ai. So that's your job to experiment. Maybe there are settings for YouTube. I don't know. So KR. It's not a stock symbol, guys. But for you techie guys out there, that's what I'm looking at. Well, if I could have got it at 14:45, I mean there it is here. Now it's way late, but I mean remember now this was gapping down and down and down, but I didn't. For some reason I didn't see it here at 10:30. So if I could have got it at 14:45, I would have done it. It's an all-time low. News, it fits all my criteria. And that's just from my 10-day daily breakdown. The only one in it today. All right, let's take a look at LLAP SPAC. Okay, so I understand what you're saying. So this was a SPAC that became LLAP. And what do they do? Terran Orbital. So this is what announces revenue backlog now exceeds $200 million. Okay. Well, there have been some very good SPACs over the last little while. So what did it get up to? It got up to 1453. So what I'm going to do is, I'll stick an alert up in this area, 11. I know it's giving up a lot, but I want to see if it recovers and starts to move later. So my guess is somebody said they took some profit in FSLR, so it's probably dropped a bit. I mean, it got all the way down so 80.50. So you could have taken it again, or if you missed it the first time, it basically got down to the trigger. The trigger is 80.50. This is FSLR for solar. And this is the trade of the week. Well, guys, listen, the longer this HYMC holds 2, setting up a nice base. I mean, looking left, 274 is the next high looking left. So the longer this holds, and if, you know, they keep pumping this thing with AMC and all right, now I haven't really looked at the crosses today. I've been too wrapped up in other things, but I'm starting to look at some of the crosses here. I've selected no options whatsoever, Pepe. Nothing. I just turned it on. That's all it said. You know, the only thing, it just says remove noise or don't remove noise. If I can show that. Yeah, I can't show what I'm seeing. So when I again, you know, this is just experimenting right now. Let's see if that shows up. No, I can't even show you. Yeah, thank you. Let's see if that video helps. All right, watching this HYMC as it starts drifting down a little bit more, getting further and further away from that $2. I would love to take this if it gets back over 2 and on some volume and starts to run again. Yeah, so the last time I looked at the SPY anyway. Yeah, the SPY was popping up here, but now there's a big red bar. So things are starting to fall here. NAS, I mean, Dow has always been down. NAS is now starting to get a little bit closer to that 0 level, and the SPY is negative. So okay, this one is kind of hanging tough. TCBP, TCBP. I'll put it in here. TCBP. Again, I'm not speaking clearly enough. TCBP. This is with the EF Hutton upgrade to 5. And the next high looking left, has it approached that? 163. 143, so you can kind of see it. Maybe if it takes out that high, it got probably right up there. Got up to 160. So maybe if it takes out that 163, it may try to run again. It's a low float, 9.9 million in the float. Not really trading that much, guys. I mean, it's only one. The relative volume is only one, so it's not like it's trading like an extraordinary amount on that upgrade from E.F. Hutton. All right, guys, so my alerts have kind of slowed down. Well, kind of, they have completely. I hadn't had a new one for a while. And the marijuana plays, MJ cannabis plays. What's MJ doing? Yeah, I mean, they're just, would it surprise anybody if it got down to that low, 961? Let's take a look at the sectors now. Now, there was nothing really shaking early. All the energy plays were down. Let's take a look now. Sectors. Okay, guys. Well, there's a TCBP. Just took out 164. That's the E.F. Hutton upgrade. All right, so in essence, I mean, all the energy plays are still down. I mean, there must be one. I think it's only, might be one that's up. MPC, that's it. Okay. No others, there's really no strong sector today, guys. I mean, real estate, I suppose, but other than that, maybe healthcare, 61%, but other than that, there's really no huge sector today, other than energy still being negative. Yeah, some good volume coming into TCBP. A lot of volume coming in right now, guys. Remember when I last looked at the relative volume was only a little over 1. Now it's 1.26, which makes sense with this increasing volume. Congratulations, but I'll speak for real. Again, if you're going to short something or don't do anything, it helps the room to say, "Hey, I'm getting into this short at a certain price." In real time. Yeah, WIMI had some news this morning, something with the FCC allowing them in. What was the actual news? This is interesting because it's a China stock. It is a China stock. And this was the news. This was the news for WIMI, approved by the FCC to enter the U.S. market. And it is a China stock. Interesting. All right, guys, maybe that downgrade is starting to work on the BYND. I mean, it had the big pop this morning. You know, it had the downgrade to $25 from Piper Sandler. But at the beginning of the day, it actually went positive, but now it's starting to drift down. Yeah, on that S&P 500 or S&P 600 small cap being added, I mean the big gap was already here, but you know it's moved. I mean 29 to 29.76, not a bad little move. Welcome, Viral Sports Hub. Okay, I'm definitely watching this TCBP. Oops. See if it regains that high. A lot of volume came in. Again, upgrade from EF Hutton to $5. Not that that necessarily means it's going to go to $5, of course, but yeah, DATS is getting interesting again. These bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. And I still have my alert set up here around 305 and see if it takes that out later. Low float, 13.8 million in the float. Had news, if you want to call it news. It is news. I mean, they put out a press release. Put Meta and NFT in the press release, so that caused this little pop this morning. Not a little pop, 75% now. All right, HYMC, guys. I am again watching it to see if it takes out 2 again. HYMC taking out 2 again. Another one where there's a big bottoming tail there. Sellers tried. I mean, they tried. They knocked it down to 186. What's the time right now? 11:13. So this candle has another minute and a half to close. And so, the buyers are trying to regain control and see if they pop it over 2 again on some volume to get it running to see if it can, again, get close to that high of a few days ago of 272. All right, I want to see if make sure I have an alert set for this TCBP to see if it takes out. I think yeah, I have my alert here at 160. See if it takes it out. I mean, a lot of volume that came in. Nicola, let's take a look at NKLA. Yeah, pop here. Boy, that's getting right into that 200-day moving average. The 200-day moving average is 1092 right there, so it's getting closer to that 200-day. Boy, HYMC sneaking up to that 2 level. No bounce yet for this AMLX. Now, this is not going to stay here. All right, we know that. I mean, it's basing right now this is the AMLX as in xylophone. Okay, so this is not going to stay here. I mean, the way it's dropped so much. I mean, you would maybe expect a bit of a bounce, but I don't think it's just not going to stay here. Not going to base here for the rest of the day, in my opinion. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert. Let's see, in the top side, say around 1188. And the low side, around 1126. Just see if it takes that out at some point. Well, boy, excuse me, this one got halted on the way down, this LCFY. I mean, it looks like this is an IPO today, or maybe an uplisting. Maybe this is an IPO, $10 million US IPO. Okay, I don't think I really saw this one. Is this one of those ones, Cam, that was supposed to be for today? If so, see what it was here. So this is an Australian company, $4. Man, I mean, hardly any shares. Looks like about 1.5 million shares. That's it. Man, this could go absolutely nuts. And the IPO price, this is what I'm looking at, okay? So there's the IPO price at four and a little over 4, raising 6 million. Divide that and you get about 1.5 million shares. That is insanely low. So there's the high of 450. I got to stick an alert there. I'm talking about the LCFY. And it was Wainwright? Okay. Wow is right on the AMC, guys. I mean, here's another one. I mean, imagine. So where's the 200-day moving average for this one? 33.37, right up here. Remember, GME has popped through. You know, this basically got double in what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe a couple of weeks, because this was down here at 12.85. So that has basically doubled AMC. All right, so the AMLX, it just popped a little bit, just a little bit, okay? Came out of that little bit of consolidation, but not much. But it's getting closer to 12 now. All right, I may sound different again here, guys. All right, HYMC again at $2. HYMC again at $2. This is up 55%. AMC is up 25%. All right, I'm really got to watch this on. Well, right there. Let's see now. Does it start to rip from here again? The high was 208. Again, the attraction of this, of course, is just looking left, and you see it, that daily chart. I got up to 272. That's the reason why this could get, rolling again. Well, costs, KOSS, I haven't even seen costs today, but is it over 10? Not quite. Again, this was a meme stock on the day, that infamous day last January, not this past January, but the January of 2021, when GME and AMC and a couple of the other ones, but this one also lifted in an amazing way. Okay, so HYMC is just kind of teasing us right here at that $2 level. All right, guys, I am now, again, continuing to watch the HYMC. Yeah, no, there wouldn't be for, yeah, because it's too new. It has nothing to check it against. But of course, if you're looking for stocks with, 10% pops, you would have it. But yeah, I mean, if you like me, I've got relative volume in virtually all my scans. But this did show up. Well, of course, it showed up on the Halt's resumes. All right, guys, I just want to confirm that it's going to be Sean in our YouTube room today. I keep waiting for this HYMC to really jump again, with AMC just soaring higher. So much volume coming into AMC. Its relative volume today, yeah, 4. I mean, it's a big float, 500 million in the float. It's trading 4 times normal today. Well, my goodness, GME just made a new high. 200. All right, keep an eye on the DATs. So the two, right at the whole number, guys. Well, HYMC now is a little bit below, but DATS, DATS, is right at the whole number. Also, again, it just pulled back a little bit. Another low float situation, but this one is traded the float. I mean, look at this, 13. This is traded the float many times. Wow, guys, GME 170. The power of the apes. I mean, my goodness. I mean, remember now, this had earnings back here, and earnings weren't great at all. Reaction was terrible. Knocked it down to 76, 74 or so. But they don't care. All right, HYMC giving up this 2 level. So I'm just listen. I've got an alert set. An alert set. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm just going to move on. I just don't want to miss it in case it just rips through that 2 level. So I've got an alert set around that 208 level. And if it happens, great. If it doesn't, I'm just going to move on. So HPQ appears to be, well, okay, it's basing a little bit here. So they're the ones who sold. I guess that, I'm sorry, they're bought, I'm sorry, not they sold. They're bought Poly, P-O-L-Y. Yeah, this is just not showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, it is a 10-day daily breakdown, but that relative volume, it had to be 8 for it to trigger. Pretty tough filter in this one, but I don't get very many alerts. But boy, when we get one, usually they're awesome. And the AMLX 1445. Unfortunately, I don't know why I missed it. Not sure why I didn't hear that one. Problem sometimes with our sound alerts is that if you get another alert window that triggers something else at exactly the same time, maybe within a nanosecond of each, I don't, I won't hear one. And maybe that's what happened, because this is the one I love, that sound alert, but I did not hear it, I don't think, at the time. Here's another one, guys. It's not quite an all-time low, but CAP. In fact, is that right? Only 1% above? This must have had some incredible high at some point. Yeah, that's why. 54, maybe even more. Oh, that's why. $366. I was wondering, how could it only be 1% above the all-time low? And that's why, because look at that. Was at one point it was $340. Imagine that. Probably got a reverse split many times. All right, guys. Man, I'm just kind of watching the two near that whole number, HYMC and DATS. Look at the range for GME today. Look at the low, 149, 173 now. Now that was the pre-market low, but when the market opened, so the low was 151, $20 range so far. You guys were talking about NEG earlier. I didn't really bring up the chart. NEGG. Didn't bring up the chart. Wasn't this another meme stock? Yeah, it had to be, right? Got up to $78. All right, well, this is the one I shorted earlier. Let's see, it's starting to drift down again, but I don't think it's going to be too dynamic. Not with that float, 680 million in the float. Gave me a little bit of not a bad trade to start the day, but shoot, look at Beyond Meat now. I know I mentioned it just maybe half an hour ago, is maybe this is going to start working that big negative article put out by Piper Sandler on Beyond Meat, BYND, with a $29 price target. Certainly didn't work at the beginning of the day, but Zach mentioned, but this was on the way up. OBSV is now starting to give it up in a big way. This is almost an all-time low. But again, it's in relation to position in the lifetime range. That's because it was way up here at one point, or up here, $18. All right, guys, nothing shaking really for me right now. Look at some of the high flyers are starting to give it up. I'm not getting any new alerts. I don't want to chase BYND down, though I think it, could easily just get down to the low anyway, but I just don't want to chase it down. How is that trade of the week doing right now? For solar, FSLR? The answer is it's starting to drift down. So, if you took this around that 80-50 mark, I mean, these are designed for longer term holds, but you get a $3-4 pop. I don't know about you, but I'd be taking some profit. I don't see next moving, other than on the way down, if that's what you mean. This was a nice one on Friday, but a little choppy today for sure. All right, well, this is moving on the way down now. AMLX, it did have a brief attempt to get through that 12 level, but this still looks weak. AMLX. AML xylophone. So it's interesting that this is I don't know. I don't even know how to interpret this. I mean, it says they posted the documents, but this is for the AMLX, and then you get okay. So then they confirmed the posting of the FDA briefing. And then this is the other, traders circulating. So obviously it was bad. I mean, there's no question about it. What was the other one, Zach? CYRN, IRNT. Wasn't there another one? That's the one. CISO. Ugh. Sabanye on the way down. I'm not in it anymore, but SBSW. I'm not in it anymore. Maybe got room to that 200-day. 1515 is the 200-day moving average. It below the VWAP, 1601. Well, let's take a look at CYRN. The next high looking left was 725. And if it can break through that, then the next high was 785. So it's got some room if it can take out that high. You can't chase it now, though. You know, you just can't chase it. But let's see if it gives any sort of a base. Yeah, I mean, it had the pop. I mean, Disc A did have the pop from 25.49, had about $1 pop, and then it drifted down after that. One moment, please. Oof, I got some sound alert going off and I can't remember what window to look at, which means I have too many windows open. All right, guys, it's getting close, 11:49. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in. You can head over there. I haven't got a confirmation that it will be Sean. Somebody will be there at noon when I do take my break. So there's the YouTube link. I take my break at noon. Wave D. Yeah, so was this the Wave Dancer? Yeah, so this looks like an IPO or an uplisting or something like that. Yeah, I mean, all-time high. Low float, 7.5 million in the float. Definitely a 14 and a half times the relative volume. So 1 million, 7.5 million shares, all-time high. Yeah, why not? Stick an alert up here, see if it takes it out later on. Nothing's stopping it if it does. What do? The wave dancer. Information tech, IT, okay. Modernizing, etc. Developing, okay. IT, okay. Well, that's been the subject, hasn't it been, for a while? Takeover rumors, 8 here. I think that's why it got up that month. I think that's why it got up to 39 or so. Okay. Yeah, DATS, guys. Yeah, DATS is starting to get over 3 again. Now, refresh my memory on this one. What did it get to? Got up to 327, and the next high looking left is 417. That's right. Okay, guys, DATS on the move here. DATS on the move. I have 323 also, DAC. I'm just saying the next high looking left after, the intraday high is 415. But yeah, I mean, there it is. 323 is the actual high for today. But if it, takes out that high, then the next high looking left is 417. Well, if I did say 327, I meant to say 323. How's that? Guys, the DATS, just keep an eye on this if it just explodes from here. Need some volume. Get some more volume coming in. Get a volume bar like that. We are seeing a little bit of volume in the 5-minute. What time is it right now? 11:54. So this 15-minute candle still has about 5.5 minutes to close. So we are getting some volume coming in. We're working on that Easy Swan, okay? We've seen a prototype that it actually, I think we are actually seeing data earlier at 4 a.m., okay? Just not the charts. Depends on what build you're on. But it is coming, okay? It's been asked many, many times, so it is coming. Okay, the charts, yeah, it will be coming. Can't tell you exactly when, but obviously the data is there. I don't know why the charts are lagging that, but I have seen the charts that do show the data earlier, but there are some, I don't know, call them bugs or whatever you want to call it. But it's definitely coming. The question was starting the data earlier, 4 a.m. Eastern time, for those of you crazy enough to want to do that. Yeah, no, obviously on the charts it's not available yet. I do get that. And tick charts, that's, you're talking about like literally real time. Yeah, they're coming also. It may be like a half a second delay, but you'll never even notice it. All this has been, I've seen it in action, so it's not just my saying, well, yeah, we're working on it, and it could be several months away. All right, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for confirmation that it's going to be Sean in the room. It's got to be there pretty soon in the YouTube room when I take my break. Dats, guys. Dats. Okay, now we know who Zach has a lot of money is. Hi, Vicky. Yeah, pull back though. Pull back. Not sure who's coming in at YouTube, guys, today, so I do want to take my break. I'm going to put the announcement in, but I can't leave unless somebody takes it out or over, so I'm going to put this in on a break back around 12:55. That has never happened to me, Easy Swamp. Well, I shouldn't say never, but rarely does that happen to me, that the charts go blank and I have to start again. A top list window can sometimes go blank, But usually it recovers in about 10 seconds. Every now and then that happens. But as far as a chart going blank, that's not happened to me. All right, I think Chris is going to take over in our YouTube room. He'll let me know. I don't know where Sean is. No, I understand about the charts, but my charts have never. I've never seen that happen with me. That the chart literally goes blank. I've not seen that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen for you, but it's never happened for me. Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting. I think Chris is going to show up in our YouTube room momentarily. He's going to let me know when he's streaming. Then I'll take my break. I have a video I have to do and a few other things. We call it a break, but it's not really a break. Okay, thank you, Chris. I see you now. Okay, so I'll stop my streaming now. Thanks a lot. I guess Sean is, well, who knows where he is. Okay, I'll stop streaming right now.
All right, just checking my audio. Video looks good on the transfer. All right, and audio sounds good too. So I believe Sean is caught up with a little something else at the moment. So go ahead and give a quick fill in for him here for the afternoon. So you folks will get a double dose of me, those who are around at the 3:30 hour as well. So take it easy on me. I got a little bit of a head cold today. The germ factory I called Child brought it home this weekend. First time I've been sick since April of 2019. So my head is a little foggy. John, yeah, cars racing, stock racing. Been using it for a while. Been back to day trading since the beginning of the year, basically. Kind of taking it easy today. I took a fast move in CELZ, and took a small position in WAVD. I feel like I should have sold it a few minutes ago, but well, we'll see if that was smart or not of me to hold it. Yeah, if you're not familiar with the stock racing, it takes our top lists and essentially turns them into live action windows. So each stock race starts as a top list, and you launch the race from there. And if you ever want to adjust anything, it can be done right in the or right in the race itself. Let me pull up one. I don't want to stop the race here that I got going on, but let me pull up one here. Oops, clicking the wrong things here. So let's see, where are you? My race is in my cloud. So for those that don't have it, this is one of my more favorite ones. Thanks, Sam. Yeah, it happens. What are you gonna do? By far, not even close to the worst cold I've ever had. Just annoying. So that's gonna be this race right here. That race is based off of this top list here, and all I've done is this. If we come to the configure, we can take a look here. I'm looking at stocks between $4 and $50. Trade 125,000 shares today. They'll be has to be up from the previous day's close. Relative volume is 3. Can't be more than minus 0.15 below the VWAP, and the 5-minute volume is 300, meaning it's doing 3 times what it's normally doing. So, no, I'll be here, Sam. I'll be here at the 3:30 hour as well. Like I said, just a little foggy in the head. Nothing, a little congestion. Nothing to keep me too down. So that's what I'm looking for in this race. And then I'm sorting on change from close percent in the race. And then the actual race setup, what I do is a right click and you launch the real-time race from the stock window, from the topless window, excuse me. And I like to open it up a little bit. I'm racing with 7 lanes, meaning 7 stocks can come through. I believe you can go up to 21 or 22 stocks. You got to make the window big enough to do that, of course. I run 3-minute races. I tell the race to auto run, meaning when one race ends, I want the next race to start. Replace the cars just means that if a stock no longer meets the top list, it's going to fall off the race and come back, or be replaced if something else meets it instead. Then I race based on, in this, a 2-minute change percent. So even though I'm not scanning on the 2-minute change percent, that's what I'm racing on, and I do it as a delta value. And what this means is that, so I've told this top list, I want you to find me stocks based on these parameters. Then I tell the race, okay, we've got all the stocks we want. Now I want you to race them like they're all starting even, and I want to see what's moving based on the last 2 minutes, essentially, as if they're all starting even. I don't want one stock to start further ahead than another because they may be somewhere in a 2-minute range. The delta value says we've got the stocks. Delta value says we all start even now. And that's all I'm doing with this. And, catching the action live. Unfortunately, you're still going to get things like this. Must be a buyout, I'm guessing. I can't figure that's real. Obviously it's real, but you know what I mean. And so, I found, a few different items here throughout the day. Took a shot in this here. Been watching Sonos all day, but I haven't traded it. But that's a nice gap and go. I mean, you can't argue that. And that's been on this race all day long. A few of these races. So, I mean, you can see Sonos has now won 8 races. I mean, not a bad move, that's for sure. Oh, they're the ones that got bought out by HP. It's so funny because I was looking at HP's chart this weekend. This is them, right? Is this HP? No, that's not HP. Who's HP again? What's their ticker symbol? I can never remember these people anymore. Too many damn things for me to remember. I know I was looking at HP's ticker this weekend and thought to myself, well, it's a boring stock, but it actually looks good. The chart looks good for boring, as far as boring stocks go. So, all right, that's that one race. Here's another race that I've kind of liked. I might revamp it in the next couple of days, but we'll see what happens. I'm just trying to find it in my cloud here. HPE, yeah, you're right. That's it. So let me share this out first. This is going to be go over a second race here. I mean, probably most of you have seen this already. If you haven't, though, I mean, we take a look together. All right, so this is the top list for it. And what I'm doing here is looking at stocks between $4 and $30. Had trade 150,000 shares on the day. I'm going to do this in reverse order. They have to have gapped up at least 0.75%, and then they have to be up 2% from the close. So it's got to be a gap and go. relative volume is 3, and then I don't want to see them more than 30% off the high of the day. I don't want to see something that has, really made a big move up. Get a drawing tool here. I don't want to see something that's made a big move up and then down and is continuing down, but still meets the rest of the criteria of this scanner here. I don't mind something pulls back and maybe it's going to find its legs or find some support and then move back up again. That's the idea behind that scan. So it's kind of a gap up and go slash gap up went, maybe pulled back and held. And then the same thing with that scan that I'm doing with most of the other ones here. I'm sorting on change from close percent, and then I launch the race. And my race I configure very similar to what I've configured the other races. Where are you? There we go. So again, I'm going 7 lanes, a 3-minute race. Replace the cars, auto run. This one I'm doing change from open on the race, and still leaving it as a delta value. And that's really it. And the reason I like the races so much is that you look at a top list sometimes and you say, all right, that's great, but how are these actually moving? And sure, you can click through each chart and take a look. All right, or you can see these little cars literally running across your screen to draw your attention to what's actually happening right now based on what you want to see. Do you want to race on relative volume? Do you want to race on change from close, change from open? Do you want to race on change over the last 5 minutes? A lot of options. Anything that's a filter, any filter that can be displayed as a column can be raced on. So that's what I've been doing. I haven't done as much swing trading as I normally do over the last couple of months. Just not seeing the setups that I want, and some of the ones that I wanted, I missed my entries, and it kind of is what it is. So of course, anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. HPE. Let's just look real fast. Usually, when stock buys someone else out or company buys someone else out, they tank. HP held up really well. Is this on the trade channel? The scans that I shared aren't in any channels. Stock racing is in a bunch of the channels. I know that Dan and Brad have been working on putting the racing in most, if not all, the channels and revamping and moving stuff around. If that's what you mean. But I can share these, any of these races out with you. Those are the two main ones that I'm using right now. I'm experimenting with some option stuff, but it hasn't didn't pan out quite the way I thought it would yet. So it's still kind of a work in progress for some options racing going on. On the website, is my stream on there? Yeah, I mean we're you can find us on the education page. On our education page, if you go down to daily support sessions, if you click that, that'll bring you to us right here. I mean, here's a link to it if you're looking to share it with someone. Is that so? That's what you're doing, I'm guessing. And then there's a lot of really great stuff on our education page for those who haven't taken a look. I mean, there's videos from all the way from what's a stock to algo trading. That's a lot of that's covered in the series that Michael Noss did, Back to Basics. The full user guide is on there. A lot of really good stuff on there. Sign up for the different live webinars we do. Right. So the trading room is broadcast from two sides. There's the protradingroom.com that built us a trading room, and then we stream here at noon Eastern each day. Barry gives up the stream here on the YouTube side, and just holds the stream over on that side while he takes a break. And I mean, I don't really think Barry takes a break. I think he, kind of just sits at his desk, has a quick sandwich or something like that for half an hour. I know he does his videos during that time, and a few other things. So I think Barry really takes a break. I think just to break up his day, gives up one of the streams for a couple of minutes. But he's holding the other stream the whole time. I think he's just on mute for like half an hour. So that's the difference between there. What does heartbeat icon supposed to indicate? So, I mean, I'm taking a shot in the dark here. I've never been to Barry's place, so, but I'm speaking from experience of eating at my desk constantly. That's what I'm going with. Half an hour isn't exactly a lot of time to accomplish anything. Because he's back on the mic on the other in the room at 12:30, and then he takes us back over at 1. So back to the heartbeat. Before we had top lists that updated every 30 seconds, there was the heartbeat. It essentially sends out a ping to the servers to bring back all stocks that meet the criteria of the filters in an alert window. So that's essentially what the heartbeat is. It was long ago replaced with the top list. You can't get the beat down lower than 5 minutes. You can make it longer than 5 minutes, but you can't get it lower than 5 minutes. So top list completely replaced the heartbeat. But the heartbeat, it still serves some behind the scenes functions with the software. But that's what that means. So it's a substitute if you really, for some reason, you don't want an alert or an event to actually determine if a stock gets alerted in an alert window, you can use the heartbeat. The issue is that it's only pulsing out every 5 minutes. So if, stock meets your filters and it's not within that 5 minute pulse, you're not going to get the alert anyways. However, I've had people use the heartbeat because they just want a running top list of the day. So, top list, if something doesn't meet the top list anymore, it'll get pushed off the top list. Where if you use the heartbeat, it's an alert. It'll be a time-stamped alert, and that remains there for the entire day. So that's how that goes. And I see your question about the 820 cross. Just give me one moment here. Yeah, the plaza. That's exactly what it was. It was an old function within the software. It was an old function within scanning of the software. Like I said before, top list came into play. I mean, there's still people that do use them, I suppose, but like I said, it's a 5 minute pulse instead of a 30-second pulse. As far as 820 crosses, I mean, I don't really play them, to be honest. But what I would say is if you come across something with 820 cross, whether it's an up cross or a down cross, I'd watch the volume coming in and how these start to spread apart. That's a 20 and that's an 8 there, actually. I used to I won't say I used to play them, but I like to use the spread on them to help indicate momentum or strength of momentum in an intraday play. Really not using them anymore. In fact, probably just going to pull the 20 off my indicators or off my charts anyways. I don't really need it or use it. You can see here I only run one indicator on my daily charts. It's a period low of 20 days. 20 days is usually a trading month. That's it. I have an RSI here. I have volume here. That's it. I don't care for indicators anymore. Sorry, just trying to follow along. There's a few chats here that I want to make sure I'm staying up on for my regular duties here within the software or within the company and support. Um, 1 minute change dollar is an alert, but not a filter for a top list. 2 minute change, both alert filter. And the way to have this, yeah, John, you can have them in a top list. You just have to put in the legacy code essentially. So I can walk whoever wants. Anybody that wants to follow along for a short tutorial in customs, we could do that together. So let me do this. All right, bring up get our home page up. I'll go kind of slow to do this with everybody here. All right, so if you're not on our home page, head to our home page now. Give everybody a second to load that up. And this is just going to be a very short crash course into the simplest of what customs are. And whenever I say custom, please do not think there's a code compiler. There is not. We don't have EMAs in the database, therefore you cannot make a EMA filter. You can only take legacy code that exists within the system and use that. You can't change time frames or anything like that. So surmising most, if not all, are on the home page. You're going to log in. Up top, this is the account management page. All right, once you log in, you're going to come to custom formulas. All right, so I'll give everybody another moment to catch up there. Your account formula page, or whatever it is, your custom formula editor page, will obviously look unique unto your own. No, I don't have a bunch of fancy formulas in here that are making millions of dollars. Most of these that are in here are from me troubleshooting people's scans that have customs that I need the custom to be able to troubleshoot the scan. I probably couldn't tell you what 90% of these actually do. So with that said, there are two different documents that are in here where the codes live essentially. All right, there's this PDF. We right click, open in a new tab. This has a lot of instructions in it, and then it'll have some of the legacy code that exists. It goes over how the icons work, 0 to 99, meaning you can have a max of 100 customs, descriptions and units, sources, top lists. It goes over what we're doing here, the fact that some top lists won't have some formulas in them because of the 30-second refresh. Format, graphics, all this stuff you can kind of go over at your leisure. Your order of operations, or your standard operators, I'm sorry. Very basic C programming. You don't need to be any expert. And then we start to get to data and codes. So price and last, most recent close, expected open, all these items that are in here. All right, these are all short codes. All right, comma separate. All right. If you wanted, for example, volume over the last minute in shares, V underscore up underscore one, that's that. And all these would work as a traditional filter essentially. So you'd add it to you can add these in, and I'm going to go over that in a second here. All right, and then it would work just as a normal filter. If we come back to the formula editor page now, there's the filter codes also. So majority of the codes are going to live in here. So we'll go in and look at this in a new tab. And these are all your short codes, all right? So here's your filter, here's your units, there's your code, all right? So you were looking at, what were we looking at? Change 1 minute. All right, so here's change 1 minute in dollars, change 1 minute in percent. What you're going to do is you're going to copy this, all right? Copy. You come back to the formula editor. You're going to click create new. Paste that in here. Make sure it doesn't paste with an error like mine just did, so it's over to the side. All right, and this is with dollars. You're going to give it a description. So change 1 minute dollar. The units is dollar. All right. Sorry, I put myself on mute for a minute. Thought a sneeze was coming. And that's really it. You're going to click save. All right. And once you've done that, that's it. You've got it in there. You can come to the menu bar, go to accounts, go to reset connection, and when you come back into the configure of any scan. Hold on, I want to delete this. I have so much to delete in here, and I don't want to keep adding to my work. U24, delete. What was U23? Delete also, okay. If you come to the configure of any scanner now, configure, search, and you head to the bottom of the list of filters, you'll find any customs that you've created here, and they'll always start with U0. They'll go out of order if you start deleting customs and then reusing them afterwards. So it's a rabbit hole, the formula editor. It's a big time rabbit hole. I I don't really do much in the world of customs. I can, very simple stuff like what I just showed you there, but there are some neat things that can be done. So for example, if we come back to the instruction page, while we can't compare candles for volume or anything else, there's a great example of comparing in time. So if we look at this here, we can go over this and it says, for volume, this will compare stock's volume in the last minute to the stock's volume in the previous 4 minutes. So the formula V up 1 divided by V up 5 minus V up 1 divided by 5. So this formula essentially right there is a ratio that gives you that comparison of volume in the last minute compared to the last 4. And this one here shows you over the last 10, 5 minutes to the previous 10. This shows you how to do it as a percent instead of a ratio. This goes into Boolean expressions and things like that. So some basic math, high school math kind of stuff in there, and I wouldn't even call it coding language. I guess you can. But it's all in there. Like I said, you can do some funky, fancy things. I've seen some people try to get really creative and it equal nothing, and I've seen some people do some simple stuff and it equaled some success for them. So I've just used customs just to have the 1 minute volume, the 1 minute change, like you were asking for, in topless, and that's really it. That's the extent of my customs. If for those that want more on customs, user guide that Stephanie did. Let me find that section here. There's that. There's also this short video Michael Noss did. Nope, clicking the wrong things here. I think this video is also a pretty good explanation of it. There you go. So there's that as well. And so that's a crash course in custom formulas for y'all. Boy, is this thing going to push through 6 for me or not? Come on. What's time and sale say? Meh. AMC. Let's take a look. I mean, here's the thing with these meme stocks. There's no. It's hard to make reason or rhyme with a lot of this stuff. All right. It's hard to do technical analysis because you just have a bunch of people jumping in and buying a bunch of shares with no intent on anything other than buying a bunch of shares. There's no, oh, this is a rounded bottom, or this is above this moving average, or this is a, consolidating downward wedge, or anything like that. So it's a little tough, but I mean, it's just, if nothing else, break it down to its core. Simple gap and go on a 5 minute chart. We gapped, we went, one pause, we went, another short pause, we went, another short pause, we went, and, you know, it can only go up so much in a day. I mean, off the highs by quite a bit, dollar wise, but still up, 22 and a third percent. I mean, you can't, when you see stuff like that, you can't ask for anything more than that. I mean, of course, you can ask for anything, but consider, what to be big percent moves, and you take that money and run. I mean, I don't think there's anything, you know, things to look at here. Um, you look at price and volume, right? So we get the gap and go, and we get a move up in volume, all right? Get a pause here, kind of a pause in volume. We move up, volume moves up. Get a pause here, we get a move down in volume. Volume starts to pick up again. We get a move up in price. Stock starts to fade. Volume starts to fade. Pretty much textbook. You can certainly ask for the moon. You ain't getting it, but you can ask for it. I'm teasing. There's people that have definitely, obviously there's going to be people that bought it here and probably sold it somewhere in there, and I'm sure they're very happy with what they did. Unfortunately, there's also people that bought it here and still own it here after buying it here. So, um, different time frames, different plans, I guess, different thought processes. But to break it down as a day trade at its core, I'd point to price action and volume. Um, there's not going to be a magic moving average or anything like that. Look, it stays pretty extended off this 15 EMA, 815 EMA here. Meanwhile, it almost touches here on the 5, and then touches here, and then touches here, and gets a boost off each one of those. So which one is right? And we could we could slice or dice anything to look a way that's going to confirm what we're looking for, because human beings have confirmation bias. But if nothing else, on a day trade at its purest, price and volume, price and volume. Um, we open, we got a couple of nice volume bars. All right, get a nice move. We pause. Volume comes back in. Volume comes back in. Price goes back up. Volume goes back out. Price goes back down. Very textbook on that, I would say. That's where I would go with. So yeah, that's my magic trick there on AMC. SMHI. Not a lot of volume share wise, but certainly very high relative volume. And a couple of days of it. And we got this back here. Interesting note, earnings are behind it. Not a big float. Short growth definitely happening. But for such little trader, that's not actually an ugly intraday chart, to be honest. Not, obviously, I'm not going chasing it right here, but just like to note these things, put it in the back pocket. And fire those questions away for me, anybody that has them. Keep me moving here. Keep my brain engaged. Myrrh. That's oil, right? Yep. Yeah, oil. So oil takes a breather again. Get a gap down. Tried to reverse. Not having it for the moment. What's oil trading at? What are May futures at right now? Sorry, taking a look at my Thinkorswim app on my phone real quick. Alright, so oil's at about a 108, down about a buck 70, down about 570 from Friday's close. We'll see what that all means, of course. Let's look here. What's my friends in the XOP doing? Sorry, crunching on a cough drop. Sorry, just an internal chatter going on here because we're going to be switching softwares for streaming, moving up. Strength alerts, let's take a look here. Where are you, strength alerts? Oh no, it's over here, different chart. I'm going to duplicate this and bring it over. Alright, so here's this week's strength alerts. So they were doing alright for a moment there, but the market itself has started to fade and things like that. But here's TWNK. Hostess brands, nice looking chart overall. Yeah, I do. Give me a second here. Anybody that wants this, so for those that don't know, I'm shaking things up a little bit here, or we're shaking things up a little bit internally. Tuesdays and Thursdays, my 3:30 is going to be more webinar style, and I'm moving towards Zoom. So here, anybody that wants that, you can register here. I'm gonna drop that in now. As people sign up, show up, I'll adjust how I conduct things accordingly. Obviously, if it's a bunch of people that know all the basics that are showing up to these, I'm not going to go into the absolute basics of the software, but the idea is that this link is going to be going out to brand new subscribers that have never logged in and seen the software before. So, like I said, I'll take it step by step as it comes. IRT, this is a REIT, up a dime here. What I'd say is this thing doesn't have big movements in it, so it's a kind of you play off of something like that. You don't see a lot of movement, so maybe this is something where you share size a little bigger, so that when you get that little move, you can take that out real fast for a nice percent move. Hormel, really like this chart. Kind of surprised, but then again, the food plays have all made a big run up here too. So, and I think this had a double doozy with earnings and then food. Here with that highlighter, earnings and then food makes that big run up. Food stocks in general and get a pullback, but still nice trend intact here overall, I'd say. Yeah, you're welcome. CPE, nice recovery here. Gap down and reverse, and this is an oil play here. So if you're a believer in energy and oil, and this thing can move a lot, So just keep that in mind when you're share sizing on this here, if you're it's something you decide to play. But look at the range that this thing has today. That's got to be like a $4 range, right? Yeah, almost a $4 range here. So just keep these things in mind. But if you're a believer in oil, that's a really nice looking chart right there, actually. Really nice looking chart. And someone will say, well, why do you think it's a nice looking chart, Chris? And I will say this. You got this big boom, all right, out of there. Now we're nice base happening here again, all right? And we look at something like the XOP, all right? Look at that thing just plugging along like a freight train at this point. Get right out of its way in USO. Same thing here. So, charts confirm everything. So, anyways, that's kind of thoughts there with that. And then EN, another energy stock here, and again, another nice move in the sense that oil maybe been a bit overheated, right? We got a pullback, and we're moving up kind of nicely here. And the other thing you like to see about things like that, or at least I like to see, is it's an inverse of what the SPY has done essentially today. The SPY didn't gap up, but the SPY, it moved up, then consolidated. Can you stop messing with me? There we go. It moved up, consolidated, and gave up. This has not done that. This gap down, moved up, consolidated, and moved up again. So that's relative strength to the overall market. That's the exact same thing we see here. All right. And not seeing exactly the same thing here, unfortunately, but I still like this chart. What I will say is that, we had this big spike and move down, then a big spike and move up, and now it's kind of got this fade. See if it can get itself some legs here around this 50-40 level and move up. So anyways, those are the strength alerts there. Michael's still kind of around, but I'm doing the strength alerts. There's not much I have to do for work on it. The scan takes care of everything. But I changed things up with the charts this week. I don't know if anybody looked at the channel on it. And bring over a doc channel bar here. Just to help, visual aids. I'm a visual person anyway, so where are your strength alerts? So on the welcome page here, there we go. I changed things up a little bit and I put use some green arrows and things like that. So the SPY, so my thoughts on the SPY. We're less than 6% off all-time highs on the SPY. 457 is going to be a big deal if and when we get to it, no question. 440 has been a big deal. 420 has been a big deal. And then I change this around. Green line for the entry, red line for the stop. Put things in green, red, just to kind of help visualize things a little bit better. Anyway, so that's what I did there with the strength alerts. Like I said, the scan really takes care of everything. It's just me doing the de facto artwork on it. My experience on pullbacks versus trend change. Let me think. Give me a second. Put myself on mute here. So I'm not one to try to find trend changes necessarily. I like to, I'm getting into a swing position, I either want to get into what I believe is going to be continuing momentum or momentum that's just taking a pause, whether it's a sideways consolidation or slight pullback. So IRT is actually a good example of that. We look at this long-term trend here, right? Whatever we had for a pullback, that's got to be COVID, right? No, it's not COVID. I don't know what that was. Interesting. But the trend stayed intact, all right? We got a consolidation here. We lost some of the trend. I don't know what is going on with my chart. Oh, I do know what's going on with my chart. idea surfing took over. All right, and it looks like the trend has resumed again. And that pullback to 25 was probably a nice entry level right there. But these are things you'd have to be tracking to see that. Yeah, so CPE, here's your. I wouldn't even say that's necessarily a pullback. I mean, it's a pullback off of Friday's highs, but look at what Friday did. That's a really big run up. All right, so we gap down, and we're kind of filling that gap right now, is what it's looking like. But I would say the pullback on this would have been here. All right, we made this move up. All right, there's a pullback. We grind it up, and then we get a big burst. All right, and there's a pullback, and here we go grinding up, and there's a bit of a burst on Friday. But I wouldn't. If oil continues to do what it's doing, I don't see why this doesn't continue to grind up and then possibly see another capitulation burst up to that side. So that's what I'm looking at with that there. But I'm not putting anything long term to work right now at all. I have a lot of projects that I'm working on around here. Like I said, I'm a little starting the week under the weather, and my brain is just not there for charting like I want right now. So I was teasing with the guys earlier. They said, "Don't trade sick," and I said, "Well, Michael Jordan had the game of his life with the flu, right?" That's a little different. Michael Jordan could have put up a few bricks and they could take him off the bench. If I enter a bad position and it tanks, I can't get my money back. That's how trading works. Wow, NEGG. I was watching this too. Bummer. Really missed that one. This was on my races. Here's an interesting one. For those that say, "Oh, I don't like to play big floats and blah, 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 blah." It's a nice chart. You got 2.3 million in the float, 2.3 billion in the float, excuse me. We know we're in the right sector. Nice strong chart. We look like we're breaking out of a range right here. Make a nice move up there. This isn't one that runs all over the place all the time. Um, you know, it's nice and clean. And that's why, I people are like, "Oh, I gotta find stuff that's low float." You have to? Really? Okay. I mean, that's what you have to do, so be it. But I don't discriminate charts. I don't care what your float is. Your chart's good. Your chart's good. Just my thought. ATRS, I've seen that a bunch. Was that done? Absolutely nothing. That's where I seen. I saw it on the options scanner earlier. Look at that options volume, and I don't know what that means, but I mean, gap up and go. 160 million in the float. Doesn't have a ton of range, but I'm just talking about we don't discriminate here. You look at this chart. You got a gap up and go from this. All right, you're clearing this resistance right here. This is kind of like a resistance block that it's actually clearing. Then you got room all the way up here to 450. I mean, you know, thing doesn't jump all over the place on you in general. So, when you're talking about positions that you can scale into while you can't be watching the screen all the time. These are the kind of the swing trade ideas for the people that have day jobs and things like that that I think people should be considering. Those that are looking for those, $4 and $5 moves in a week and trying to get into those all the time. They're great when they happen. Exception, not rule. Always keep those things in mind. Exceptions and rules. So again, a couple minutes before Barry comes in here, so I need to pause for my throat. There's an interesting one. The number in green is going to be the movement on what it's racing. So this is racing on 1 minute change, so it's up 2.24% in the last minute. This same thing here, 1.82% in the last minute. This is racing on 2 minute change, so this is up now nothing over the last 2 minutes. This is racing on options volume, I believe. So that's the options volume during this race here. I think this might be racing on either maybe call contracts. I think that's racing on. So Tilray has 73 call contracts. Excuse me. 73 call contracts right now. So that those are what those numbers are going to be based on the race. So FSLR, right? That was the trade of the week. Wow, nice move on the trade of the week. Nice, Steve. This is one of those ones, all right? Here's one of my favorite things that happens. Someone will have bought this today, and they'll bought it maybe here, all right? And they're gonna say, "Oh yeah, moon and all that stuff like that," and then maybe tomorrow it opens down here, and then they're giving us an email saying how we cost them money. Like, dude, you were up $3 per share. Nobody put a gun to your head and said, "Don't sell it." you know, these are the crazy things that happen. What I always like to do is stick lines. That's again, go figure. Running to resistance right there. I had no idea that when I put that line there that was going to line up with there, but I had a feeling it was going to line up to something my eye was going to catch. Well, I think that's also, something that comes over time is learning how to open a quote unquote starting position. And this way, if you're wrong, you're not in a full position wrong, and you can exit the trade quickly. And if you're right, you can add to the strength of that position as you go forward. But that's not something you just do. It's something you learn to do, scaling in and out over time. And that's when you're adding real size. Someone that's trading 50, 100, 150 share lots in general. I mean, stocks. I'm not talking about trading 100 shares of Amazon. 100 shares of Amazon is $300,000 or something like that. I'm talking about, quote unquote, more reasonable price stocks. That's stuff that gets done over time. It doesn't just happen. So let's see what else is there going on. Anything else? Anything important? What am I missing today? Did anything happen in the market today that I should be concerned about? Volume tells me no. I mean, look at that volume in the SPY right now. Anemic, to say the least. We go back to a range again. Let's bring up a SPY chart. And let's bring up an RSP chart after this. So, home on the range. That's what I see. More range time. What I like about this all is this here. The longer we stay in this range and not really go anywhere, and I know people are going to say, oh, but we had an all-time high here, and an all-time high here, and an all-time high here. Yeah, sure, but, look at where we've gone from here to here and back to here again. We haven't gone anywhere in almost a year now, right? What happens if we're still kind of in this area, even if we're, let's say, up here in July, then back down here in August, and we're back here in September, all right? It's just the longer we go in this sideways consolidation like this, all the quote-unquote bearish news and bad news gonna work itself out eventually. And what do we know about the market? In the long run, it's always gonna do that. Yeah, generally Monday is a slower day. People are digesting news and all that stuff like that. Like I said, I'm not much of a news watcher. I just don't care. It's not going to affect me one way or the other. For my long-term investments, it's irrelevant because if the world blows up, I don't have to worry about the money anyways, and it's all money that I'm not concerned about for the next 25 to 30 years anyways, so always add to that. And as far as swing trading goes, it's just not the environment for me to do any swing trading. Not for me anyways right now. Also, I took some positions actually here, and I held through some pain after this move up because they didn't really do anything for me, those positions, and then they moved against me, and I was like, I shouldn't have taken anything long. And then this happened, and I sold stuff in here, and I said, I'm going to take a breather, and we've got this going on now. So it's a lot of days up in a row overall. You have the one pause day here, so I mean, look, love to see it do that, and we can see some strength up and through that 457 level, then I'll consider putting some stuff on again. I'm in no rush though. The market will be here. Oh, so we said we're going to look at the RSP after this, right? So, I mean, look at that. RSP range bound here to here. A full year, basically, range bound. Went nowhere. Yes, I know. Again, argument. Yeah, but it made new highs here and it made new highs here. Yes, so what? That's a pass. It doesn't count. The point is we are where we were in the past. We haven't gone anywhere. That's my point. Now, we're up above this pivot line, which I think is a significant pivot line. We've failed to hold this pivot line several times now, all right? So we look at, does every time that this had a chance to become support, it didn't. It failed to become support every single time. So here it gets another shot at becoming support again. And someone would say, Chris, why are you looking at the RSP? And I would say, hey, I'm looking at the RSP because it's the S&P 500, but equally weighted, not cap weighted. And so that gives us a much clearer shot of the actual market than the S&P 500 does. Now, I will say that very often you'll find your stocks or your positions move more in lockstep with the S&P or the SPY, excuse me, than the RSP. But that's for more, I think, trading and short-term trading than versus overall market breadth. You got it, Mike C. Thanks for popping and appreciate it always. So let's see, Tilray, what are you doing? Well, the pot stock's taking a breather today. Yeah, I mean, it's not down. It was here. Let's see what happens. Could be a good base camp to build up off of. This one's been on the races a whole bunch, but very thinly traded. Kind of hard to trade a stock like that. But I'm always curious, you get these stocks that have been in these downturns, and you see this massive volume coming in. And is there someone interested in it? Um, one of those things that people are trying to, with taking longer term positions, sometimes guessing if there's institutional buying. Um, you look for stocks that may have been in a trend reversal or in a pullback that have been in an uptrend, and then you see a lot of increased volume, but no increase in price movement necessarily, and that can indicate that a bigger player is at the table scaling into a position. So things to keep in mind. So, all right, I see Barry tells me he is back. I am going to rest my voice for a couple of minutes, and I will be back here in a couple of hours with you folks. So thanks for keeping me company, and we will catch you in a little while. Take care. Back to you, Barry.
There's the HYMC. I mean, again, piggybacking, what's AMC doing? AMC is, well, this had a bit of a pullback along with the AMC, but not much. You don't even need to be a member. It's a free service. You just have to sign up for it. They have been coming a little bit late. Usually you get to see your email about, an hour before the market opens. But the last 3 weeks, for whatever reason, the emails are not going out. Today it went out 15 minutes before it went out, or before the market opened. Here's the link, though. Well, you click on my home page. It's free, though. But you do need to sign up, yes. So again, click on my homepage link. And then the first one is get the trade of the week. So just sign up here, okay? All right, I think you guys on YouTube can hear me now. Keep an eye on that DATS, guys. The DATS is holding that 3 level really well. DATS holding the 3 level very, very well. All we're waiting for is some kind of a pop with volume. Look at the volume, the way it's decreased on the 15-minute chart. So if we get a nice big, like a volume bar like that, popping it through, I could get it rolling again. Thank you, Chris. SMHI, guys. SMHI. Let's see. Somebody's saying this is news. I don't see any news. I don't even know what they do. Oh, this is one of those deep sea freight transportation stocks. I haven't really seen this one very much. Low float, 21 million in the float. Doesn't trade very much. That's probably why. Look at that, 319,000. That represents 16 times normal. So this does not trade very much. That's probably why I haven't seen it. Yeah, it's untradeable, Zach is saying. The bid ask is 804, 847. So this is untradeable right now. Also, on Monday morning, if you come into the room, well, I do have it up here though too. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm going to call you AJSU. How's that? But I also posted it trade of the week right up here. I do that Monday mornings, assuming I get the email. I didn't get the email though, like everybody else, really late. It could be all she wrote for DATS, guys. That not a nice red candle here on the 15-minute chart anyway. Excuse me, DATS. You know, if it took out this 273 mark, that might be it for the day. I'm going to stick an alert down here. Not shortable for me, so that's not why, but I just want to keep an eye on it. If it takes that out, that could really cause it to tumble. You know, guys, keep an eye on this one, this HMLP. You know, 3 great days. Not really a great day today, but 2 great days. Through the 200-day moving average again, 671. Through the VWAP, 665. And a little bit of a pop. Some volume coming in. HMLP. You know, it's an energy play. I mean, it's a great move, guys. That's a 7% move for an $85 stock. I'm talking about the FSLR. No, it's over here. Still sharing it, but yeah, I'm got back to the basic new highs and lows. The excuse me, the AMLX alerted. I mean, it was, you would think that it was really late, you know, but it got halted a few times. But the alert was at 14:45. And it got down to 10.48, so about a $4 drop from the alert. The other one, I think it bounced a lot, Rita. Well, people were saying that Rita and AMLX were linked somehow. So you can see Rita. Wasn't quite as dramatic as the AMLX. But look at the HYMC now. Again, guys, if you're in this one, your next level is here. Look at the daily chart, 272. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's a classic meme stock right now. Just give me a moment here, guys. I had deleted a sound alert for some reason, so just give me a moment. Boy, this NEXI news. Don't see any news for it, NEXI. Almost an all-time low, though, NEXI. Don't see any news on it. Pharmaceutical preparation, so it's a bio. See if there's any news. Yeah, I mean, they had some news on the 17th. Seemed like a decent press release, but for whatever reason, this is just tanking today. They're down 25%. Not very much volume. 500,000 shares. That's 10 times normal. Low float situation. Give me a moment, please. I'm just trying to locate a sound. All right, sorry guys, we're trying to figure out why these emails are going out late for the trade of the week. Stronghold Digital Mining, never heard of you. Gap up and reverse. It's an earnings play after hours tomorrow. This is SDIG. It's not quite an all-time low. Another disastrous IPO. $35, 4 months ago, 5 months ago, $9 today. Is there a way, okay, ask those questions off, Esther Red. There's nothing that I know you can do, no. There's no setting within Trade Ideas. Or are you finding that your system is slowed down? Definitely a whippy one, this NEGG. He got up to 640, came right back down to 570. That's a big drop, for a $6 stop on a percentage basis, right back up again. Well, we've got this up here, but I don't know if you can allocate, can you, Pepe? Where do you do that on the login screen? Oh, in Thinkorswim. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't think there's any way in Trade Ideas. Typically, if a person is having issues with Trade Ideas in terms of speed, it's usually because you've got too many top list windows open. Okay, and within each top list, you've got way too many on the count. In other words, when you right click on a top list window, then you click on time frame and then set record count. If you've got, like, the max is 1,000, I believe. If you have a bunch of top list windows open and you've set them all to 1,000 or even 500, even 150, but if you have 30 top list windows open, remember what happens with a top list window. It gets updated every 30 seconds, and it's got to cycle through to find out, which ones in the sort order, etc. So that is usually the prime reason why, if anybody's saying they're having problems, it's usually because you've got too many top list windows open, and you've got too many in the record count. So that's the reason then for QS on that pop initially working with Porsche. Well, a lot of volume. I mean, this must be new news. I mean, maybe the news was leaked here, but maybe this is the actual news. Maybe this was the rumor and now the actual news for QS. And we have another resume now for AMLX. Wow, what a comeback, guys. What an amazing comeback. Here we go. Competing, the very realistic shot. after the FDA briefing docs on ALS drug. Huh. So we've got absolutely very conflicting headlines for AMLX today. AMLX. Guys, algae, ALLG, pop now through 20. Now again, this is you know what? Have they increased the float or something? Because I seem to remember this being a way lower float. ALLG. Not 54 million. It's been the same, really? I could have sworn it was a lot less, and that's why, of course, it could do the craziness that it did. Oh well, okay. I'm looking for any reason for this NEGG. All right, so TCBP, it had a bit of a pullback here. Again, this is the one that E.F. Hutton has put a $5 price target on. TCBP, volume coming in. That is the TCBP. And just for Zach. TCBP. Boy, this continues to get beaten up, this NEXI. A lot of shares too, 500,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. Not that I want to do it now, but just a minute, please. All right, guys, yeah, okay, well, as you say, the apes have got a hold of this. So what's the next high looking left? Is 723, so 716, so there's the area. I mean, hey, might pop through that. And look at the volume today. Look at the volume in the last 15 minutes for NEGG. but thou shalt not chase. So thing is, Zach, you think he's kidding. Boy, QS is looking ripe for a short now, guys. Well, I don't know. There's a red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart. Maybe not. 1914 would have been some kind of a trigger. Boy, it's so extended now, though. What is the next high looking left on the daily? 1984? Yeah, 1984 is the next high looking left on that daily. I mean, so, man, it's still got some room. It gets closer and closer to that 1984. Welcome, Roz. Rosie, okay. Well, these are just scans, Esther Red. They're just scans, okay? I mean, they're just ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. So these are just scans that I put together with stocks that might be moving. All right? Doesn't mean when you get an alert, you take the trade. But, you know, you can look at the neg here. You had an alert at 12.46. The price was 6. Obviously, that would have been a good one to take. But these are just ideas, okay? And with Trade Ideas, you can construct your own types of scans if you want, depending on your trading style. You know, but I'm sharing a lot of scans, and we have scans in our toolbar. Doc channel bar, I'm sorry, in the channel bar. So we're sharing a lot of scans here. These are all theme-based channels. So you're looking for a momentum channel. You know, I mean, I've got a momentum scan that I do share. But, you know, here's a momentum channel. There's an alert window. Our cell, as an example, just popped up. And normally you'll probably see something that looks like this, you know, something with extreme momentum. You know, but these are ideas. It doesn't mean that you just hop into the trade, right? This is a watch list that I create the day before. And how I've set it up? Well, I don't know. Are you new to Trade Ideas? I mean, they're just, you want these scans? Is that what you mean? I don't understand how I set them up. If you want, I mean, if you know, you just have to take one of the scans, right click, configure, summarize. It's going to tell you what it's looking for, if that's what you mean. Okay, well, why don't you just take your like go to my homepage, select some scans that you might like to take a look at. Then all you have to do is do what I just did. So if you click on that link, and here are my scans. So for instance, there is this one here, the basic new highs. Where is it? Basic new, where are you? Basic new highs, don't repeat, new highs and lows. So if you loaded these, then all you do is just right click. A moment as I move this off. You just right click, configure, summary. And that's going to tell you what any scan is looking for. So in this particular case, the price has got to be between 1 and 20. The current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal. Minimum 400,000 shares, etc. I mean, it's not as important to know this because this is my style, right? But you might have a different price range you want. I've got 1 and 20. You might want, you might want to change that to 10 and 100. I mean, I don't know. This is my template that I use. But if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. This is the reverse. With these sort of filters met, the price has to be down for 5% from the open. But then it makes a new low for the day, we get these alerts. Okay? You don't know how to get to my scans? So again, click on the link. You see my link, right? Just click on the link. Okay, and then here they are. When you click on the link, you should see this. All this up here. But you should see this. This is the scans section. Click below to view the list of links or Barry's scans. Okay, here they are. I have different types of scans here. For different different styles of trading. Some people like gap continuation or reversals. So I've got that. No, these are mine. These are mine. These are the ones that I developed. I mean, there are other scans, of course, in the channel bar. All the different theme channels, but those are mine. Those are the ones that I've developed over the years. Okay? That's why I hand out my homepage link, so you can go to the scan section and kind of look at them. Usually they're named in a way in which it kind of makes sense. If you see something that kind of makes sense, then you just load it. Then you can look at it, right click, configure summary, and then you'll see what it's looking for. It may or may not be what you want, or you can modify it. Maybe a different price range, or add a filter, take out a filter. The only reason I do it is because that's what they call themselves, Jack. That's the only reason I do it. This is not meant to be derogatory to anybody, but they call themselves. So. Yeah, DATS looks over and done with today anyway, guys. DATS looks over and done with, especially if it takes this out down here. 271, and it starts to move down from there. It looks like it could be over and done with. Yeah, Dak, but in this day and age, you got to be so darn careful about what you say, and I certainly don't want to offend anybody, so... Yeah, I didn't see it. I heard about it. I didn't see it. Let's see, UPST. Let's see if there's any news on it. See if I... Not that I can see. I'm just checking headlines. I don't see any headline. This even showed up on my option scanner now. QS. I mean, very late, but that's because the relative volume had to be at least 3, and it just is now 3. Oh, I know I can see the replay, of course. I just haven't. I don't have the inclination. You know, it happened. Okay. To be honest, I didn't even know the Oscars were on last night. So there you go. Boy, this is a wild one. Yeah, I mean, it got up to 21.41, and basically a $3 drop, almost just like that. And that's a 2-minute chart, guys. Yeah, I mean, within 2 minutes, a $3 drop. Just give me a moment, please. What do I do here? Yeah, you got that right, Real. Wouldn't want to be sitting in the front row when he was doing his stuff. Nobody was safe. Nothing was sacred. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'm just there's an internal discussion going on, and I just want to follow this. This is to do with this Trade of the Week stuff. Keep an eye on the HYMC. It looks like it may want to take out the highs of the day. It's not that far away. HYMC. About 7 cents away. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, back again. Okay, guys, the QS. I haven't really done anything on the short side today. Well, other than the Sabani SBSW, I haven't really done too much on the short side today. The QS. You know, I mean, if it took out 19, I mean, that could really get it to move down. I'm going to stick an alert at 1896. Because underneath is, 1765. Guys, all G, holding 20. Interesting. This usually can be very, well, obviously it can be, not obviously, but it's very, very whippy. Holding 20. The next high looking left is 21.18. If it's an alert window, they're all the same as the red, okay? An alert window is a real-time alert, so there's no, there's no difference in that regard. If that's what you mean. Now, I could get an earlier alert than something because maybe my filters aren't as tough, if that makes sense. I can create a scan that I'll see alerts a lot sooner. Okay. However, it may introduce a lot of alerts that I don't want to see. It's always a trade-off. People say, well, I would have liked to have seen this alert, here. I can do it. But then you might get a lot of other alerts that you don't want to see. Probably. So there's no, assuming the filters are the same. Kaboom, guys, on the way down, QS. It's got to be, it's not because of any, it's got to be a filter that's in place, okay? There's no, if I had two identical scans side by side, if I duplicate this scan as an example, you'll get the alerts at the same time. Hello, Sam. Well, watching this A. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, they don't repeat. Just, yeah, it only shows you the first time the alert happened. I like that because then I can go back and say, okay, great, I had an alert, what the time was, what the price was, what did it do from there? Watching this all G. Time is it? 1:49. All right. Well, we got another little over an hour that I'm still on the mic. Room is open till 3:30. All right, guys, there's the DATS on the way down here now. So DATS looks like it is done. Okay, guys, I'm not seeing too much new coming into my scanners. Though you're right, TCBP did make a new high for the day. You know, I mean, look, it if that upgrade to $5, price target of $5, starts really taking effect, I mean, there's volume coming in, yes. E.F. Hutton, where have they been for the last 30 years? Anyway, 165 was the next high. 167, 173 is the next high. 204. So I guess it's got a shot to the 2 level. Boy, keep an eye on this all G. I mean, the bid finally caught up 2035, 2050. If it pops through that 2050, I mean, the next high looking left is 2118, but of course, a few days ago it was 24. So, I mean, this is having, you know, this is 2 nice days so far. Yeah, time to get rid of some of these alerts. Wow, look at them all. They're all triggered. And again, if you're not using the price alerts, guys, I think you're not using trade ideas to its full advantage or maximum potential. Okay? Perfect circle? No. I'm perfectly satisfied with Interactive Brokers. I'm not hung up on free commissions or anything like that, so I'm perfectly sacrificed. Perfectly satisfied with Interactive Brokers. Obviously have to be careful with something like this one though, because it is so whippy, ALLG. We've seen days in which it's dropped $6 just like that. So if you're in this one, don't wander away from your computer. I'm talking about the ALLG. Now later on, I mean, if this HYMC takes out the high, it's still got room. Okay, the high right there, meaning 235, it still has room. As in right over here, 272 is the next high on the daily chart, so it still does have some room. Did JKS actually have a negative headline? I'm sure you probably posted that in there. Wow, look at this, yeah. Amid report U.S. to investigate. This is China though, right? Asian factories are evading solar tariffs, okay? But that would not, that should help for solar. Should have helped it, right? I think it's out of the price range I normally trade, so, but take a look at the UPST. Yeah, it's just out of the price range I trade, but no question. I mean, I had it went from 102 to 107. Don't see any news though. You asked to know before. Was there some news? I can't see any news. GME inching its way to that 200 mark. That's all I can say. Look at this, through the 200-day moving average now. All right, this one, VYGR, just taking a hit here. VYGR taking a hit for some reason. Boy, this has had a strong bunch of days in a row, strong several weeks in a row, and now taking a hit. I don't see any specific reason for it. I always have to halt myself to see if there's some kind of headline that I've missed, but I don't see any specific headline for VYGR other than maybe just a profit taking now. HYMC getting closer, guys, to that high. HYMC getting closer to the intraday high. HYMC, not HMYC. HYMC. I have my alert set right there. Pops that out on volume. I'm probably back in. I thought, Zach, you were practicing options. That you took some time off to figure out how to trade options. I thought both you and Real did that. Oh, GME, guys, there it goes. I mean, new high. New high. Only $25 away. So VYGR continues down, guys. I mean, something must have hit. Some news must have hit. I mean, this is, I mean, there's profit taking, but then this is really, really, unless this is just pure profit taking, 25 million in the float. I just don't, VYGR, yes. All right, guys, just sort of muting myself here on purpose. Not really anything standing out for me. Boy, this AMLX looks kind of ripe to short it right here. You know, underneath that whole number 17. You know, we've got obviously competing views on what's happening here. What is this RADA doing? Look at RADA, guys. RADA. This had a tremendous day on Friday. It's a rest today. I'd be watching this one tomorrow because look at, I mean, you know, if it gets back up to this level here, it's an all-time high, 1659. I've got to stick a price alert up there. This is 1665. Say for RADA, RADA, because all it's doing is just kind of resting today. Israeli stock, defense stock, again, all-time high. Not right now. Whoa, ALLG. It's whippy, but my goodness. Challenging now that high of 2 days ago, 2118. I haven't even looked at the market. So NAS is up still. Dow is still down. SPY is basically flat. All right, guys, so a bit of a lull on the action. So I'm just going to ask one more time. So that noise canceling that I had, right now, I can't use it. You get 90 free minutes. I'm just testing it, okay? I haven't decided whether I'm going to actually subscribe to it. So again, noticeable difference. Really doesn't make that much difference. I mean, it's not expensive, but I don't want to do it unless it really makes a difference. Like right now, it's off. Okay, I mean, it's off because it's expired. No, it's been off for. I get 90 minutes free, so I don't know when. I don't know actually when it expired. The printer was on. Probably you wouldn't hear the printer. I don't know. I'm more interested about does it really make my voice sound any different? So one time in the day, Vicky, one time. Well, it's interesting. You hear no noise at all. It's absolutely amazing. I have to figure out what to do on the YouTube side then, if I do decide to do it, because the YouTuber said they can hear everything like normal, so I don't understand that. As Pepe said, there might be something I have to do within YouTube. I really don't know. Yes, it just made a new high. You are absolutely right, Shady. Whoa, LG, guys. ALLG. Springing through 21. No, nobody's complaining, DMAC. No, nobody is complaining. It's just that I thought I would test this noise canceling just to see what the effect was. That's all. Nobody's complained in the past. And some people miss the dog. There you go. But not now, Vicky. Understand, I don't have it on now because it's expired. So okay. Yeah, it's funny. I haven't looked at any of the VWAP crosses today at all. I haven't had really a chance to. Well, I could have, I suppose, but there's too many other things were going on. I do see it there. Depends when you saw it. I suppose the Reta, RETA. I know it showed up on the scan. Afraid to look. Yeah, well, I actually, I was wanting to take this if it broke down through 19, and it's still there, I mean, it's still there. I mean, when I say it's still there, I mean, I think it's still got a shot. I mean, the next low looking left on the 5 is 1853, and we get the fantasy void right down here, 1763 for QS. You almost got that pop. I mean, it got to 1950. Remember, guys, I mean, on Friday, I mean, this got as low as $14. So, I mean, there's a 50% pop from the lows. I'm talking about the All-G. Almost, again, that all-time high. Obviously, the all-time high is up here. This was the SPAC, right? This was, of course, this is an EV play. I don't know what the SPAC was before, but it became ALLG. Didn't do anything for the first 4 days, but man, after that, look at that. Look at the move. Oh man. Well, I mean, look, there's the next high over here. I mean, that's way over. That's almost $2.50 away, but and then you've got the other. It's a little more frisky than some of them, though. I mean, that was a pretty big move back to that 687 mark, so it's tacked on $1 since then. Wow. I always say, what a way to make a living. At least I say it to myself. No, if it's a red line, it depends when you click on the alert. That just shows you where the next high is on a daily chart. Okay, it has to be a real-time alert. So that is not a real-time alert, of course. So maybe here I'd see it. No, the profit targets are here. Let me get one that you can actually see it. Did I eliminate them? Ah. Okay, so on the 15-minute chart, so you see where it says Smart Stop? Maybe you can't see it, but what this means is when you click on an alert, so if you got in at 180, the system is suggesting that your stop would be at 152, okay? As it gets redder and redder, that's your stop. As you approach the profit target, it gets greener and greener. Now listen, there's nothing scientific about it at all. All right, because it's just double the difference between if you took the trade here and there was your stop, whatever that difference is, you double it, and that would be your profit target. And it's not, absolutely not, well, a resistance line, yeah. The other one, the red line across, it's just showing you where the next high is on a daily chart. But it has to be a real-time alert, and it doesn't show up every time. So I don't know if I would call that a resistance, or I'll be honest, I don't pay any attention to it. Yeah, I wish I could get one, because you'd see the red line would go across, and it'd be looking at the next high, looking left on a daily chart. It also has to be the high for the day, though. And wouldn't you know it, I can't see one. You're not talking about the dotted line. You're talking about a solid line, right? What a collapse for Clover. Remember this one? Oh, the marijuana stocks were going crazy. ISIG. Haven't seen that one for a long time. Oh yeah, here's some volume coming in. It hasn't been active for quite a while now. $31. Yeah, I remember these crazy day. Even here, got up to 12. Yeah, something's causing this. Is this another one of theirs? Yeah, ISIG. Well, a lot of consolidation on that daily chart. Quite a while now. This month the high was 12. 12, a little over 12. Wow, we're almost at the end of March. Man. Oh, I have no idea, Vicky. You wrong person to ask on that. Yeah, but I have no insight on that. I mean, listen, they're obviously doing it so that more people can feel it's more affordable and all that, but wrong person to ask. Others way more skillful at looking at something like that should be able to help that, but not me. I mean, I know why they're doing it. It seems logical, that okay, but I have no idea. And I don't really, I don't even know if Real or Zach would. I mean, you'd have to be like PJ maybe. Ah, Real. Yeah, so Vicky asked the question about owning Amazon on split day for long term, okay? Yeah, Billy Ray's in the, so ask the question there, Vicky, is in the swing trading room. No idea, Esther, how many in this room make money from day trading? No idea. Or just trading in general? No idea. Whew. Okay, guys. Not much happening right now for me. Not too many new alerts. I do see that Jan got halted. Now that was another one of them, guys. Another one of the meme stocks. Boy, the memes are coming out now. This was another one of the meme stocks. Jan. Just got halted. Another low float, 2.3 million in the float. Actually has earnings after hours tomorrow. Not that that probably means anything at all, but let's just, for fun, see where this is potentially opening. Looking at the Jan, and the answer is 475. So that's not that's not what you want to see if you just got in before this halt. 442, 442. Of course, nothing is written in stone, but and if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open right at 228. If it is a 5-minute halt. No, guys, QS just took out the VWAP now. 1866 was the VWAP, 1859 now. Inching its way down. Remember, Zach, I said I didn't think it was too late, really. 1882. I know you wanted to short it way up here or in that area, but it's inching its way down. I'm talking about QS. My music just stopped. Let me give me a moment. Okay, just a minute. Did. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so nothing triggered for me on the ISIG. Okay, that's just that Zach mentioned it, but it wouldn't trigger because the relative volume is putrid. It's only 0.19. My minimum is usually 2 or 3, sometimes 8, so that's why it would not show up for me ever. Doesn't mean it's not tradable, it just means that, you know, my filters would never catch, or because of my filters, I would never see this. Relative volume filter, 0.19 relative volume filter. So it's not trading, you know, it's not abnormally trading. I mean, right here it is, but, you know, compared to all the rest of it's just not trading abnormally. So compared to the rest of the days, doesn't mean that it's not trading abnormally right now. It's always a not trial and error. But people say to me all the time, well, I want to see. I say, I can show you, I can give you a scan, just take out the relative volume filter. But you may get a ton of other stocks that you don't want to see. So it's always a little dance you have to do. Hopefully that makes sense. Even this one, this would never show up. It does show up in Zach's topping scans, but it would not show up for me in any one of my scans because that relative volume is only 0.86. You know, to give you an idea, I mean, here, my relative volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal. And I do that because I don't want to get a ton of alerts. Well, you can take mine, Rosie. You can take mine. Or you can go to click on New, Dock Channel Bar, and then go to the Momentum channel. Go to the Momentum channel. This is a Momentum scanner right here. Once it starts to load. Okay. Then if you wanted this one as is, so this is an alert window called Momentum. If you wanted this as is, and when I say that, you know, you right click configure summary, and it's going to show you what it's looking for. If you're fine with that, you know, in other words, you don't mind the price range, you know, the volume, etc. Then, but of course you can make a change if you want. You can always change anything here, or add a filter of your own, or take one out. But if you're, let's just, for argument's sake, you're happy with this, so then you right click, duplicate into free floating window. So all we're trying to do with that is to get it outside, so it's free floating, okay? There it is, but now it's free floating. Why do that? Because now you right click and you save or share to cloud, okay, and save it. Now it's in the cloud. And the idea then is you can go through the different channels and extract different scans, do the same thing, save it to the cloud, and then you just file load from cloud. File, load from cloud, and if you save them, you'll see them right at the top. You just, you know, right click, click on it, load it, click load, and then you will create a layout of all the scans that we have given to you, including mine. But I have a Momentum scan. It's very, very much like that one. So if you clicked on my home page, one of the scans I'm sharing, click on my home page. One of the scans I'm sharing is Momo. It's all it may be exactly the same as that one. I can't really remember. Okay? But again, you can always adjust it. Okay, this is my idea, or trade idea's idea of momentum. The key thing is the 1,000% of like 1,000 times what it normally would do in the over the last few minutes. So the volume is coming in, and typically, if volume comes in, typically stock is going to move. Very rarely you're going to see like huge volume coming in and the stock stays the same price. All right, well, this is now above Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. Now above that high here, 2480. Wow, it's amazing. They're all coming out again. Yeah. The BlackBerry was another one. Look at BlackBerry, what it did. It got up to what, $28? Just get a monthly chart up, guys, and take a look at January of 2021, and you'll see if you see a monthly chart that looks like this, with a huge shopping tail, that meant it was one of the meme stocks. Let's take a look at EXPR. Yeah, they're all. So we do have, the meme channel is here. If you want to follow them, again, doc channel bar, and then right here, meme stocks. And we actually have a person that updates this. Probably should have EXPR. I'll add that one right now to the list. All right, we should see EXPR in there now. All right, guys, it is 2:42. Wow, that crept up on me. So in about 15 minutes, I'll be putting myself on mute. The room will be open until 3:30. I'll put myself on mute. Always hop back on the mic if needed. So one last look at my home page then. Okay, so you click on my homepage link, and this is what you'll see. Of course, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Barry Fort Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. There are 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Here are the prices. You don't have to take on an annual. In fact, don't. Start off with a monthly. Make sure you want the product, okay? Standard, premium, 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. After that, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you want to upgrade from, say, the monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which has been very, very quiet all last week and today. Trade of the week. So this is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. barely 15 minutes before the market. Usually it's an hour. We're trying to figure out what's going on. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, free, and all the education. Now, before I do that though, let's get started with trade ideas. If you're new to trade ideas, please, for 30 minutes, spend the time to do this. Download an installation episode 1, log in, start up and log in episode 2, etc. Okay? Spend the 30 minutes to do that. Now, once you've done that, you want to dive a little bit deeper into what Trade Ideas has to offer. Here is our user guide. And again, the user guide has segments, the alert windows, top list windows, great explanations about what they are. There's usually some videos attached. You know, want to find out more about price alerts, things like that. More about the stock racing right here. And click on the full table of contents, and here they are. Here it is. So this is all searchable. So a great user guide now. Wasn't always the way. And daily support. So there is a webinar today. So today or this week we're Monday, Wednesday rotation. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. But you can sign up for them all right here. They're all different themes. Daily. I'm sorry. Here are the daily webinars. I'm sorry. I should have gone here. Daily support sessions. I'm sorry. Got ahead of myself. So Chris Varley is in our YouTube room between Monday and Friday, 3:30 to 4:30. So again, when I shut down the main room, if you haven't had enough, you can always head over to our YouTube room, 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Chris is there. Here are the daily webinars. You can sign up for them all right here. And again, if you're new to trading, take a look at this. All free. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? Short little videos. And of course, last, my scans. You have to be a member, obviously, to have access to my scans. People ask, what do I do in the pre-market? I use these 4, gap up, gap down, pre-market actus up and down. Mainly these 2, though. I've been using this format probably, since I started with Trade Ideas as a subscriber in 2010. I haven't really deviated very much. But here are all the scans that I am sharing. Okay? So, a lot of information here and here, education and scans. Save my link, then you can look at that anytime you want. Well, the $1,000,000 question is going to be how long will this last regarding the memes? That's the. I mean, now they're taking on a life of their own. I mean, I don't see this one just collapsing right now. But how long will this last?
everybody. Sorry, a little delay there. I think, check the audio here. All right, looks and sounds good. All right, everybody, happy Monday. Take two from me today. For those of you that were around the noon hour, I took over for a little bit there. What everybody's looking at, what everybody's doing. For anybody that wasn't here earlier, I am flying a little bit under the weather. So the less silent treatment you give me, the better to help the time pass, of course. Watching some nice moves out of these races today, especially later in the day. Cost been on here a bunch since this move. There's definitely time to find it through here. Let's see, what is RETA? What did that do? Not shabby. All right. Really nice, as a matter of fact. Very interesting. These races have just been kind of running all day. I haven't really paid attention. AMC, obviously, going to be on everybody's radar today. Every stock trader on the planet. So, open forum here, folks. If you have any questions for me, fire those away. Aside from that, I'll do my little dance to try to keep everybody entertained, go over some charts, some thoughts on the market and whatnot. There isn't, a whole lot of market commentary to make. It's a whole lot of hurry up and wait. Market's up, quite a few days in a row overall. Does it need a breather? Does it not need a breather? I don't know, but I'm going to take a breather. So let's see. I got a message before. Don't look at any GG. And that would be because that happened. I had a price alert ready. But like I said, I was flying under the weather. And you don't do anything when you're flying under the weather like that, that's for sure. It could spell disaster. But, nice move. Definitely some time to get into it. Few legs that took up. It's a nice day trading vehicle there. But there'll always be another. And take a look at some of these others that are coming through here. That's nothing thinly traded. Harbor ETF Trust, what are you? They don't even have data on you. Ain't that something? DLNG. This has been coming through most of the day too. I don't know how many races it's actually won, but a couple of days there, really exploding, percentage-wise, anyways. Up another 23% today. Off the highs, even with 23% on the day. So let's see. Inland. It's going to have something to do with energy. It must. Liquid natural gas. There it is. And the world needs natural gas, and they got to get it from somewhere. It's got to be transported. So there you have a winner for that. Grain and field bean merchant. Well then. A lot of agriculture plays. It's out of Minnesota, but it's just something out South America. North and South America, Europe, blah, blah, blah. Interesting. What I find most interesting about this is the fact that you have so many agro plays that really popped in the last couple of weeks, and this thing has just been steady down real bad. They must be doing something wrong. What do you mean, Peter? I'm not sure what you mean by as far as percentage going up. I would just, when you're looking at stocks that have made a big percentage move on the day, you try to think to yourself, does it have more? Is it possible? Um, you try to see where it's extended from in the prior days, kind of couple the whole puzzle together. Something like GMC is an exception, not a rule. You've already got something that's, well off this bottom here. I mean, let's see, that was, somewhere around 12 bucks or something back in the middle of the month, and now it's up to 28 bucks or 20, almost, yeah, 28 bucks and change. You know, and then it made that big move, 1 day pause essentially. That's not normal. Does it happen all the time? Yes, to one stock here or there. So that those are the things that we consider. Um, Obviously there's no real reason this is happening other than it's a meme stock, and that's all there is to it. And you have all these people that are going to play it, and you get the FOMO. So you get the original people that are going to chase it and bid it up, and then you get the next people saying, well, if they're bidding it up, I'm going to join in the bidding. And then that happens, and then you get the first people that are probably, you know what, I got some money, let me get out of it here, the real traders. And then they see this thing consolidates and they say, well, they're not really selling off. They're going to diamond hand it or hold it. So maybe I'll hold it, and get back in there with them. And so those are the kind of things we see. And, a lot of speculation, things like that go in there. So it's not really looking for anything. It's more understanding psychology of human beings and stock charts. Um, you understand that there's always going to be people looking for plays that are similar to this. And so the idea is to make sure if you're getting in, it's the play that's going to happen with. Some days there's multiple ones. NEG is one where it's, same thing. There's a nice move. KOSS, there's another nice move. These are not, you don't see stocks do 15, 20, 30% like that, for small stocks like this in general for fundamental reasons. It's going to be a news release or some kind of pump for some kind of reason. And that's why, I personally try to stay away from the news because I don't want the news to influence what I'm doing. The only things I want influencing what I'm doing is price and volume. What do I see right here? I see price action is up, volume is up. Honestly, I was looking at this earlier today, and I thought on another 9 break I might be interested, but like I said, I can't get myself in trading mind and trading gear right now to put money to work. So I didn't, but I thought to myself, we had this volume burst here, and I thought if we could get back over 9 with some volume, there's some room to run back up this way again. I happen to be right on that one. There's also a dozen that I've been wrong on prior too. So, but that's what I'm really looking for. Is I'm looking for price and volume to confirm the price action. Um, if I caught this and it's here, I'm not running and chasing it here. Um, at least not on these first candles. On this pullback, perhaps then I might be interested in it again. But it's hard when you see, resistance is overhead. Can it push through it? Where's it going to push through? Is there going to be volume and interest to push it through? So a lot of times, I come across plays like this and it makes a move that I'm just not willing to chase, and it does keep going without me, and I'm willing to more than accept that. I almost foolishly, well, I won't say foolishly because, you never know. Um, SRTS, it's been on my one of my option scanners for a few days. A lot of call volume in it, or a lot of contracts traded. Sorry, not call volume. And I thought today, I said, look at this kind of pattern that's happened. We had this nice run up and a little pull down, and a bit of a pop and a pull down, and a nice move up and a pull down, and a nice move up and a pull down, and a nice move up and a pull down, and a nice move up and a pull down. And I thought, here's another nice move up, and maybe is this an entry level for me? I kind of, looked at it and thought to myself, maybe, there's still some interesting volume here, or volume of interest that's there. For whatever reason, I'm looking at the option volume and I'm thinking, all right, is this giving me a buying opportunity? But then I saw this. that short growth of 116%. I don't know which way those options contracts are betting. So I'm not going to bet right now. And I didn't feel like doing the research to see if there's been more call volume or put volume in this recently. But what I know is this went from no short interest to a holy cow amount of short interest in this last month. And so I will not be joining that party today. But I'm going to keep my eye on it. You better believe that. Especially with, it's sitting near all-time highs. So if this thing can stay in this area over the next day or two and it gives me a chance to get in, these shorts are going to have to cover. They can't, there's probably a lot of people that are short here and probably, and maybe here, I'm guessing, because I don't think we'd have that data yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was people that added to their shorts here. That's an all-time high. There's an all-time high. So it's not like I've written it off completely, but I'm going to be patient. If it moves without me, it moves without me. So be it. There will be another trade. There will always be another trade. But I can't help but look at this, very nice trend. It's a very, very nice. I know it's not a perfect line, but I think you can. I think I've illustrated my point here. And we can hold into this trend line. You better believe I'm interested in it because those shorts got to cover. They got to cover. Remember, the losses in a short are the possible losses in a short are infinite. The possible losses in a long are zero, with the exception of oil. But that doesn't count. Not sure that we'll ever see anything trade below zero again in our lifetimes. That was quite the spectacle a few years ago. So what do we got here? Earnings are on deck. Chemical and manufacturing. Vaccines against infectious diseases. And don't look like you were a COVID benefit. Excuse me, I had to put myself on mute and blow my nose a moment. Oh, you know what? I wanted to look at it. I saw Barry had a chart of this up before. Was it HPP? Yeah. Found it interesting that he's looking at this, a REIT, I believe, right? Yeah. Yeah, so that's a REIT. Wonder why Barry was looking at a REIT. REITs, there's some REIT stocks that were coming through my scanners over the weekend when I was doing my homework. Looking interesting. Kind of interesting here. You don't see this every day, what we call a broadening formation. Well, I guess we would call it a broadening formation. For some reason, it looked more to my eyes like it was going to do this for a second. It did not. But REITs, they might be, for people that want to play kind of slower things, safer things, especially in the swing trading world. I'd say more in the swing trading world than anything else. Oops, hitting the wrong buttons here. You might want to have a look at the REITs. What was the REIT ETF doing? So REIT ETF looking strong here off this bottom. As they say, when in doubt, zoom out. We came and we tested those lows back there from the fall. See if we can pop through there. That's a good sign. That's definitely a bullish sign for REITs. Again, you're not setting the world on fire with them, but you can certainly add to the account. Sometimes those 30, 40, 50, 60 cent swing trades of 2 and 3 days, those start to add up over time. And then when you get the one or two that move that $3 and $4 for you, that's the real boom and the real kick to the account that you're looking for. The more you look for home runs, the more you're going to strike out. So, as they say, if you can be a singles hitter and once in a while you run into one, you knock it out of the park. That's how it goes. Look at the rest of the ETF family here. So interesting. The VXX is up, but what is the actual VIX doing? Let me pull up a VIX chart on my phone real fast. So go figure. The VXX does all that spike just like that, and the VIX is actually down for the day. VIX is under 20 as a matter of fact. 1981 right now, down a buck, down a point, down a full point. So I don't know. Looks like they tried to run the fear module up, and not happening right now. Not having it. I'd play the charts and then play it according to what maybe price range. Hut obviously and Hive are going to be cheaper stocks, right? HIVE. I haven't watched that one in a while. Yeah, pretty cheap one. Um, I think the problem that you run into with that is, you got a really big float here. I know I've said before, don't discriminate by float, but you got a really big float there on a really low price stock, so it's going to be tough for people to generate interest on that. So, I'm not sure about Hive. Hut is one, when it moves for sure. It's got a decent float on it, but this thing has a lot more range than Hive does. But again, you're in a downtrend until this downtrend is proven to be broken to me. Um, it's kind of even hard to even call it one or the other. I mean, we'll call it a TP formation. I mean, look at that. You know, get your campfire out, and roast some marshmallows. Um, I'd say you gotta capture this level here, and then I'd say that's interesting to me. But Bitcoin, you're tied to Bitcoin also. Don't forget, and not even fully tied to it, because isn't Bitcoin up the last week or something like that? I don't even know anymore. Cryptos are all up, right? Take a look at a Bitcoin chart. Yeah, Bitcoin's up over 40. I think it went over 50K today, or if I mean 48K today. Yeah, got a week chart. Yeah, it's looking nice over a week. Breaking out of a month range right now, Bitcoin. So yeah, Hut might be one to watch. But you're gonna want to see it get over this. Here's something to consider. All right, we've got earnings behind it, so there's our earnings spike, but increased volume without the price going anywhere. So does that mean there's a bigger player at the table scaling into a position here with Hut? Could mean that. The price is literally not going anywhere for a week or so, and we've got increasing volume day by day. I think Mara and Riot, you're going to be tied more to a lot of traders with this stuff because they're more widely known. They've been around longer. So I think you'll have to deal with a lot more volatility in these ones. So it's really not about best necessarily, maybe more about appetite for risk. Yeah, I mean, look at these moves that it's done in the past. Now this you can say is a real long-term downtrend. I mean, that's kind of tough to argue that. Almost like GAN fans there. Any, sorry, I didn't even pull up a chart of any. Didn't think about that one. Any. That's an ugly chart. Hard to get excited about that. I say that, but then tomorrow I'll be excited. I mean, that's these are things you have to clear. So you have to consider this R. And remember, I'm a trader, not an investor like that. So I'm not buying this and looking to hold it for 6 months or something like that. You've got these levels here. This was rejected, I'd say, off that level right there. So you're rejected here. What's next? So, for me personally, trying to find a swing trade in this, it's just not there for me anyways. I'm not going, a buck 50, so we're risking $1 to maybe make 50, risking $1 to maybe not even make $1. I just can't, I can't get behind that. That's what I'm looking at as a trader. Hut, Java the Hut. So again, here, nail down into this here. We couldn't even get through this today. Rejected off that, basically. And so where's the next rejection level? Is it going to be here? Is it here? You know, we could easily see 450 again. I don't think that's out of the question. So now I'm risking, almost $2 to try to make a buck, a buck 30. So again, as a trader, it's not giving me a risk reward that I like it. Not swing trading, anyways. I mean, if the thing's got volume coming in and it looks like it can clear this level as a day trader, then yes. But I'm looking at different risk parameters. As a swing trader, I'm looking down somewhere in here. You know, like I always say, as far as fundamentals and things like that go, I don't. It's all Greek to me. Get rid of those lines. What are you? There's got to be a SPAC. Yeah, interesting. No, this had earnings in the pre-market, so that's what that was. Yeah, see, like, when I'm thinking swing trading stuff, like, I'm not trying to find trend reversals. That's the other thing, too. If, I was looking at something like this or a hut or an any, those are all trend reversals. Not really what I try to do. Day trading, sure, catch a 15, 20, 30 cent move in something like that. Absolutely. When I'm swing trading, I want to see stuff that's been going up for a month. That's why I was interested in this, but, I just can't do it. Not with a fuzzy head today. This thing been on races all day long, but it's so thinly traded. What's the spread look like on this? This must be. I mean, it's a workable spread if you work hard for it. Very new issue, but again, downtrend. And yes, eventually downtrends turn to that, but that's not my strong suit. Is finding those. Rita, I think we covered this one. Yeah. Look at that. Look at him. AMC just dominating this race all day long. Did even anything else win? Yeah, a few here. Tilray. Had a price alert to see if I wanted to get involved there today, but again, nah. I'm gonna call you Nat. Hi, Nat. Welcome. Welcome to the live stream. If you got any questions about the software, throw them at me. We're taking an easy one today. Exponential Fitness. What are you? Not currently. Our next test drive will be the middle of May, is what I'm told, anyways. I'm not the maker of decisions. But there's a link here if you want to get notified when the registration opens. Here. Well, it's all Trade Ideas Pro. And there's Pro with the AI and the odds maker, and Pro without the AI and odds maker. Really, they're called standard and premium. Excuse my yawn. But that'll get you a notification. That sign up link there will get you a notification when the next test drive opens. Barry's talking about GME. I didn't even look at GME today. Talking about getting to 200. Unbelievable. Just madness. ACI. Yeah, Albertsons, right? Yeah, they just got smacked. I don't even know what happened, why that happened to them. Um, yeah, Albertsons is all right. I like I just lost it. Where's my strength alerts? Top lists are going blank here. My mind is failing me. Hmm, that's strange. There it is. Hormel. There we go. I mean, your options are this. You could upgrade for like the rest of the month and pay the difference, and then downgrade back again if you don't find it worthwhile. There's just a phone for billing questions. That's it. On our website, there's a phone for billing somewhere. Um, where is it? Hmm. I don't even know where the phone number is. Oh, there it is. Um, you can try to give this here. So you can try to. There's a. Or here, I'll see if I can copy and paste this phone number or not. Actually, I don't want to copy and paste the phone number in here just in case there's bots lurking. If you can go to that page right there that I just dropped in here, Nat, and scroll down towards the bottom, you'll see just under the join the weekly demo Q&A underneath that, you'll see a contact us and you'll see a phone number there. That'll get you to the billing department, the account services, and one of the girls there can help you. They don't know the software at all. I mean, very little, anyways. But they can upgrade you or downgrade you from that. The other thing you could do is come to the live chat as well on our homepage. There's an orange questions and answers bubble on our website, no matter what page on our website you're on, and that orange questions and answers bubble will get you to a live chat as well to someone. They're facing a strike. That's interesting. So I guess that's what probably was that gap down. So that might be a buying opportunity. ACL was it ALC? What was the ticker again? I can't even remember. ACI. That's it. So could that be a buying opportunity? I'm not sure. I mean, you had an uptrend here, slow uptrend. You had a big pop, pullback, but you held that pop. And you had a big pop and a pullback, but you held a higher level here actually. Gave it up before a big pop in that gap. So overall, I'd say you had an uptrend. So it could be a buying opportunity. It's kind of tough, right in here. I'd say, it would be nice if you got a gap up an island reversal tomorrow. Well, I guess it wouldn't be an island reversal anymore because now it'd be 2 days. Right, so people showing up at the stores. So these are all fundamental things that, like I said, for me, it's going to be the chart. So there's volume and interest in the stock for sure. A lot of it here and here. And if this were to hold these levels in here, that would probably that might have me interested in something. Got plenty of time till earnings. So Steve had a position in DNA. They just held into earnings and got a nice move on it. Very nice. Well done, Steve. Steve's been on fire recently. Wish I could say the same. So this here though, this chart has me a lot more interested. Out of the price range that I'd like to take for any putting money to work right now. Um, you've got that to get through it, but this just seems like a strong chart currently off these earnings. Pull back, held this move up. So, all right, we're after the close. What do you know? I didn't even realize that we're after 4 until Steve mentioned that. My brain's taking a second to catch up here. I wanted to look at a Q chart. I didn't even look at the indexes today. So, all right, I tweeted something out yesterday about the Qs, this dance at 350, and you know, resistance becomes support. So, we've got those to look at there. So, this is interesting. I'm guessing it's reclaiming some kind of moving averages, but like I've said before, I'm moving averages and growing the way the dodo for me. Big downtrend. Big downtrend. Got a downtrend going on since last year, basically. And so whatever they're doing isn't working for them. So yeah, for whatever reason, look at the short float on this too. You got people betting heavy against this thing. Days to cover isn't even, they got plenty of days to cover. So there's no believers in that stock for whatever reason. What else do we have here? Where is this located, as a matter of fact? Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Well then. Interesting. I'd say whatever they're doing ain't working. Me? No, I don't like this chart. If it can build a base here, but I mean, it just keeps building lower highs and higher and lower lows. You know, it's going to have to do something to change that trend, but lower lows all the way through. They never stop. Lower lows and lower highs all the way through. Like steps down, so Sorry, I'm just helping someone in a chat here. All right, BBBY. Is that Bed Bath and Beyond? Another meme stock. I mean, it's hard to do anything but day trade these things unless you're a real believer in the company for whatever reason. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, hasn't this stock been posting losses for like the last 3 years consistently? I'm pretty sure it has. It's like every time it's doing a death march, something comes and rescues it for a minute. That's just insane. I mean, obviously the trend is down, but it's a meme play. That's all there is to it. I didn't even know China was closing. They're closing. They're closing up shop again. This shows how out of touch I am. The market must obviously not care that it's closing. So I mean, look at the SPY. We're right up against that 457 level I'm talking about. I've been talking about just about there. So we'll see. I mean, for it to get through that tomorrow would be quite something. But as they say, stranger things. Plenty of people could argue the market has no reason to go up. Plenty of people could argue the market has no reason to go down. And plenty of people could argue the other side of the coin on both of those. So that's why I said I'm just going to watch the charts. Like I said, I had no idea that China was closing. What I do find fascinating is that low volume. You gotta wonder. We did get a volume spike. Which way is it taking us? But you have to ask yourself, what's gonna be the volume spike? And for those that are always trying to predict those black swans, there's a reason why they're called black swans. You don't get to see them coming. That's how it works. What do we got? KR. Is that Kroger's? I'm guessing Kroger's. Yeah, that's a nice looking chart. I like that. Got a nice uptrend, right? Busted through this level that looked like it was trouble. Gapped, came back, didn't even fill the gap before trying to take back up again. That's a nice looking chart actually, and give us some nice defined risk levels. It's going to be one of those ones that if the market rolls over, you got to understand it's rolling over. But that 50, 55 level, you can stick it down at maybe like 55, 54.50, 54.75. That gives you a nice risk level. Down a few bucks, to make more than a few bucks. Need potential up to that 62 and change level. That's a nice risk reward setup right there, Michael Anthony. They're closing because of COVID again. Good for them. Um, I mean, that sucks. I'd like to not hear that word for the rest of my life, to be honest. Um, we're not taking it seriously here, I guess, or our market isn't taking it seriously. I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, that Kroger chart's a nice looking chart right there. Nice defined risk levels. What I feel like is nice defined risk levels, anyways. Below that 55, 54, 50 level, give or take. You're wrong. And up above this, I'd say up above 56.50 or so. You're looking healthy for sideways action to make that move up finally. BCS, you were coming on strong here at the end. What are you? Nothing. You are a Barclays. Barclays Commercial Banking. That's going to be a no for me, dog. Tesla's closing over in China. You wouldn't have known it by their stock. At least this morning it was gapping up like crazy. I think they're doing another split and issuing a dividend. Right? Yeah, I mean, look at that. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, but I suspect it was that China news right there. That had to have been the China news. That's the only thing I can figure. That or just retesting the opening range, the opening 15-minute range. But I mean, look at that thing. I'm freaking like out of a rocket. I mean, that chart doesn't tell me China closed at all. It's a good chart, a bellwether for that. What's Apple doing? Apple don't care. Apple about to take out all-time highs again. It's curated, mostly me. I use this site here. I'll give it to you. If I can find it. There it is. So this is what I use here. And I come down here and I find the mentions. Oops, down here. And this is what I do. So tomorrow morning, sometime between 5:30 a.m. Eastern and 6:30 a.m. Eastern, I'll come in here. I do it all the way down to 10 mentions. Less than 10 mentions does not make the list. And it goes on that global list. And I update it. Oops. I don't know what I did there. Anyways. That's what I do. Yeah, you got it. I like to be as transparent as possible with things here. Make sure that everybody's trusting. Yeah, I'd say must have been all bullish news for Tesla. That's for sure. That chart says everybody likes what they just did. So, all right, we got just about 4:23 here. I think I'm gonna wrap up for the day here. I'm like I said, flying a little under the weather. Conserve some energy for tomorrow. Um, Oil, yeah, I'll look at oil real quick. XOP is my bellwether to go to. And if anybody wants to know why XOP is my bellwether, because it's exploration. So if this is going up, this means people are investing in new wells and things like that. And what is going on here? My EpiPen won't work. Not EpiPen, my Epic Pen. That's strange. Let's see if I can get it to reload. There we go. So, come out of this to this to this. And I mean, I believe it needs a breather, but we're at levels I haven't been seen since 2018. You got this here, all right, gap down. They couldn't force it down today at all. You got it, Mike C. You're very welcome to Plaza. I remain bullish oil till charts say otherwise for any reason. I'm not going to go chasing, but I've done well on oil stocks over the last I was going to say 18 months, more like over the last 13 months or 14 months. USO, that's going to be your other bellwether for oil itself. Obviously, a sell off again today, but I mean, like I said, I like buying things that are going up. This thing can hold into this zone right here. We'll call it this zone right in here. If that can hold into that area and make a move from there, because that was a real shot and then a shot again. I couldn't get through, but regardless of what anybody says, thinks, believes, or anything else, the world needs a lot of oil. We use oil in more things. Yeah, no, I saw that this morning, Michael Anthony, about Tesla. People don't. I think people very underestimate how much how big of a role oil plays in our lives. It has absolutely nothing to do with travel whatsoever. I mean, the treatment of lumber, our TVs, the mouse you're using for your computer. I mean, it's just insane what everything that petrochemicals go into, pharmaceuticals even. People just don't realize the role that it plays in. There's absolutely no way to just turn that off, not currently, anyways. And so the world is getting a hard lesson in that right now. Part of its other has to do with repercussions of COVID. You have all these of all these wells that were shut down during COVID, and then people don't want to invest in a lot of reopening these wells. And I know people are like, well, there's 9,000 permits, but not every one of those permits has oil. You got to drill, explore, costs a lot of money. And when you have big governments coming in saying we're shutting down oil, we're shutting it down. Well, why would anybody want to invest into that? So less investment means those wells that shut down in 2020, they're not reopening at the pace they shut down. Just very simple economics. That's all there is to it. That's how it works. So that's that. So all right, I'm gonna wrap up for the day here, folks. Thank everybody for popping in, keeping me company while I'm flying under the weather here. Barry will be back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's Tuesday. I think you're getting Michael tomorrow, but I can't confirm. You might get a double dose of me again tomorrow. Wednesday will be Steve, Thursday Jamie, Friday Andy, and me at the 3:30 hour as per usual. So, all right, thanks for everybody for popping in, and I will catch you all on the flip side on Turnaround Tuesday. Take care.